Chapter 1195. Sect Master? The Sect Master of the Myriad Scorpion Sect? Xiao Yan immediately raised an eyebrow when he heard Che Fu's words. He immediately thought of Mao Sun, who had just left the Fong family. Is it because of Mao Sun? If Mao Sun had reported the news about him, it would make sense for the Myriad Scorpion Sect to send people to kill him. However, that shouldn't be the case. The Fong family is within the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. The three sects are extremely far from each other. Even if he's a late returnance expert, it's impossible for him to make it back to the Myriad Scorpion Sect in just a few days, not to mention that this person has already chased him all the way here. Luo Jin shook his head and directly rejected Xiao Yan's guess. At the same time, Xiao Yan nodded with a frown. He had thought of this as well, but why did Che Fu want to kill him if that was the case? Xiao Yan's group had never come across anyone from the Myriad Scorpion Sect along the way, so it was impossible for them to come into conflict with them. There was even less reason for them to kill him. Yet now, not only did the Myriad Scorpion Sect want to kill Xiao Yan, they had even specially sent a Origin King to kill him. This was just unbelievable. Why does your sect master want to kill me? Xiao Yan knit his brows tightly. He did not believe that a calamity would descend from the sky without any reason. Even though he was one of the three great sects of the southern region, it was impossible for him to randomly attack a stranger. Even if it was for the heavenly flame in his hand, he should at least give a reason, right? I don't know. I'm only responsible for killing you. I don't care about the reason. Che Fu was currently under Xiao Xian's control, so he obviously could not break free in a short amount of time. However, he calmed down very quickly, as if he knew how terrifying Xiao Xian was. Even if he tried to struggle, it would be pointless. Instead of wasting his energy, it would be better for him to relax and recover. Although they were both origin monarchs, it wasn't that easy for Xiao Xian to kill him. Xiao Xian wouldn't have been able to control him so easily if they had really gone all out. After asking for a long time, Xiao Yan was actually unable to get anything useful out of him. In the end, he sighed helplessly. From the looks of the current situation, Ma Fu really did not know the reason behind this. As for the 10,000 Scorpion Gate, the other party gritted his teeth and refused to answer regardless of how Xiao Xian pressured him. Even if he said something that they already knew, it was completely irrelevant. Damn it, what should we do now? This fellow refuses to speak no matter what. If there's no other way, we might as well just kill him. Even if he couldn't get any information about the 10,000 Scorpion Sect from a Yuan King, killing him would still be a huge loss to the 10,000 Scorpion Sect. For a powerful sect, the stronger the cultivation of a sect member, the more important and precious they were. Even the loss of one would cause the strength of the entire sect to drop significantly. If Ma Fu died, the overall strength of the 10,000 Scorpion Sect would definitely drop by a level, which wasn't a bad thing for Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Xian helplessly shook his head when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His hand slowly relaxed, and Ma Fu, who was trapped by the heaven imprisoning formation, was immediately freed. The Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate rapidly again. Ancestor, what are you doing? Xiao Yan's expression changed when he saw Xiao Xian release the formation on Ma Fu's body. He involuntarily took a step back, and Genesis Qi immediately gushed out from his body as he cautiously stared at Ma Fu. Let him go. Xiao Xian had no intention of stopping him. He gently pressed his hand on Xiao Yan's shoulder and nodded at him. When Xiao Yan noticed Xiao Xian's gaze, he withdrew the Genesis Qi he had released even though he was unwilling. Since Xiao Xian had said so, it was naturally even more impossible for him to kill Ma Fu. What's your name? Ma Fu ignored Xiao Yan and shifted his gaze to Xiao Xian. Among these people, only Xiao Xian could make him pay attention. Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian pursed his lips into a smile. The calmness on his face made him look even more like an expert. Such a person was bound to become a true expert, an expert who could shake a region and command the wind and clouds. I'll remember that today's battle isn't over yet. I think so too. Why haven't you mastered the power of the great Tao? This was what puzzled Ma Fu the most. Xiao Xian was clearly not an ordinary person. With such talent, logically speaking, he should have mastered the power of the great Tao. But in the previous battle, there wasn't even the slightest trace of the power of the great Tao. Xiao Xian smiled in a non-committal manner and did not say anything else. Seeing that Xiao Xian didn't want to say more, Ma Fu nodded, and then his gaze fell on Xiaoyan. The latter instantly understood the meaning in his eyes. Xiaoyan. Ma Fu imitated Xiaoxian's tone and replied. Ma Fu was taken aback. His gaze swept between the two people in front of him, and as if he had discovered something, he muttered their names twice before turning around and flying towards the southern sky. It wasn't until Ma Fu's figure disappeared from their sight that the last trace of worry in the group's hearts dissipated. Then, their gazes involuntarily converged on Xiaoxian. It wasn't that they had never seen an expert at the Origin King realm, but it was the first time they had seen a soul with such strength. Most importantly, this person was actually related to Xiaoyan. Haha, little guy, not bad. I haven't seen you for a while, but your cultivation hasn't fallen at all. Although this speed isn't fast, it's solid. This will definitely benefit you in the future. Retracting his gaze, Xiaoxian once again sized up Xiaoyan. After sensing the latter's current cultivation, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Hearing this, Xiaoyan chuckled. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Ancestor, has your soul power completely recovered? Haha, not only has it recovered, but it's even stronger than before. The current me, in their words, is roughly equivalent to a 5-star Origin King. The faces of Xiaoyan's group immediately revealed a shocked expression when his words reached this point. A 5-star Origin King. This was much stronger than the clan head of the Feng clan, Feng Qi. In this way, their group would have nothing to fear as they traversed the southern region. Seeing this, Xiaoxian smiled slyly and continued, Apart from that, my soul power has also reached rank 7. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on the faces of Xiaoyan and the others instantly froze. Even the expression on Luo Jin's face was gradually replaced by deep shock. 7 realms soul power, coupled with the formation he had displayed earlier, meant that while being a 5-star Origin King, the current Xiaoxian was also a rank 7 formation master. Chapter 1196. A rank 7 formation master. Even a source sect powerhouse would not dare to underestimate the power of a rank 7 formation master. In that case, wouldn't Xiaoyan's team not even be afraid of a source sect powerhouse? Everyone was shocked when they thought of this, but Xiaoxian seemed to have noticed their thoughts. He immediately chuckled, shook his head and sighed. Don't think too much about it. Don't think about it too simply. Becoming a Tier 7 array master isn't as easy as you think. Formations relied heavily on formations, and the more powerful a formation was, the more difficult it was to condense it. Especially after reaching the 7th step, almost all of the formations needed to rely on formation discs. Otherwise, not to mention the energy required to condense a formation, just the long period of time required was unbearable for anyone. The reason why Xiaoxian was able to condense the sky-imprisoning formation in the blink of an eye was partly because of his immense spiritual strength, but more importantly, it was because he had already secretly condensed the formation at the beginning of the battle. He was waiting for the end of the battle. Although Xiaoxian had inherited Tianju's legacy, Tianju had only been a Class 6 formations master back then. Both his understanding and mastery of formations were extremely limited. Currently, all the methods and techniques that Xiaoxian knew about formations were far from enough for him to use. Even the Class 6 formations he knew were extremely limited. Moreover, his cultivation level was not proportional to his array master's level. A powerful formation also needed a powerful cultivation to support it. With Xiaoxian's current strength, although it was an extremely powerful force in the extreme south, it was still too far-fetched to use it to support the condensation of a high-grade formation. A 5-star Source King could condense many rank 6 formations, and his success rate of condensing a rank 7 formation would probably not exceed 50%. Most importantly, Xiaoxian did not possess any scrolls related to Class 7 formations right now, so it was impossible for him to learn them. Senior Xiaoxian doesn't have any scrolls about high-grade formations? Luo Jin's eyes immediately lit up when he heard Xiaoxian's words. He hurriedly took out 3 jade-sealed scrolls from his spatial ring and handed them over to Xiaoxian. My father gave these 3 scrolls to me. He originally hoped that I could undo the jade seal as soon as possible so that I could comprehend the mysteries within. However, it's useless for me to keep them with me. Since Senior needs them, I'll give them to you. Xiaoxian did not immediately accept the 3 scrolls in front of him as he looked at them. He knew that since these people were able to follow beside Xiaoyan, lend him a hand when he was in danger, and even disregard their own safety, they were definitely people whom Xiaoyan could trust. However, It was also because of this that he could not easily accept the other party's gift. This might be beneficial to him, but it might not be so for Xiao Yan. Moreover, Luo Jin had specially mentioned the importance of these 3 scrolls. If he were to accept them, it was likely that, ancestor, there's no need to worry. Yeah. Senior. These things are exactly what you need right now. You can just return them to me when you don't need them anymore. As soon as Xiao Yan spoke, Luo Jin grinned as if he did not care at all. It would be a lie to say that he had given away these 3 scrolls carelessly. These 3 scrolls were carefully selected by his father from the clan's vault. These 3 formations were extremely powerful even among Class 7 formations. At the same time, it was extremely difficult to fully comprehend them. When Luo Jin's father had given him the formations and the scrolls, he had sternly warned him not to give the formations to anyone. Just this point alone was enough to prove the uniqueness of these 3 formations. However, Luo Jin was currently giving them to Xiao Xian. On one hand, he had the intention of gaining Xiao Xian's favor. On the other hand, he hoped to use this to deepen the relationship between him and Xiao Yan. 3 rank 7 formations and the future ultimate expert of the continent. The pros and cons of this were obvious at a glance. Luo Jin did not think that he would lose out in this transaction. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Xian hesitantly put away the scrolls in his hand. At the same time, he thanked Luo Jin. After a simple exchange of greetings, the group prepared to enter the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. Due to the protection of the extreme Arctic ice soul, the group was not affected by the scorching temperature in the air for the rest of the journey. The group flew past the mountain ridges at an extremely fast speed and headed towards the depths of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. According to Feng Zhizong, the Burning Flame Valley sect was built in the deepest part of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. That place would definitely shock anyone who saw it for the first time. As for the reason, Feng Zhizong did not explain, and Xiao Yan did not ask. As the group approached the location of the Burning Flame Valley sect, they met quite a number of outsiders who were also hurrying to the Burning Flame Valley. Indeed, it was just as Feng Qi had said. The Burning Flame Valley's great sect competition had indeed attracted a large number of experts from the outside world. From the looks of it, this great sect competition seemed to be quite a grand occasion. However, these people did not appear to be as relaxed as Xiao Yan and the rest. There was a terrifyingly high temperature above their heads. The closer they got to the depths of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range, the hotter the air became. It was as if there was an invisible flame burning there, rapidly exhausting the Genesis Chi in their bodies and forcing them to slow down. Of course, there was naturally no lack of powerful individuals amongst these people. One of the groups was even faster than Xiao Yan's group. When Xiao Yan observed the aura of their leader, the latter cast a glance at him, a sharp and domineering gaze instantly causing Xiao Yan to withdraw his gaze as a shiver ran through his heart. Shockingly, the person leading the group was an expert at the Origin King realm. The southern region is indeed a place filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's impossible to meet any of these experts in the western region. In just a few days, I've already met 3 of them. I'm afraid the southern region is much more lively than I imagined. Xiao Yan quietly said in his heart. At the same time that he was shocked by the cultivation of these people, a heated emotion gradually surged into his pair of dark black eyes. The hot blood in his chest was also ignited at this moment. If one did not climb high, how could one see the mountains beyond the mountains? If one did not travel far, how could one travel 1,000 miles? Only by traveling with experts could one become an expert. The extreme south was bound to be dangerous, but at the same time, it was also an excellent training ground. Chapter 1197. After Xiao Yan's group had entered the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range for 2 hours, they finally arrived at the core area of the entire mountain range. The headquarters of the Burning Flame Valley was located here. When this group of people saw the scene in front of them, it was indeed as Feng Zhizong had expected. Everyone present felt shocked and surprised in their hearts. After all, the scene that had appeared in front of them at this moment was really hard to believe. The originally scarlet-red barren mountains seemed to have been forcefully cut off by an invisible force. The red rocky ground came to an abrupt stop, and a verdant mountain forest suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group at this moment. The mountain peaks stood tall, and the fragrance of birds, trees, and flowers was very different from the outside world. Even though it was only a short distance of a few feet, at a glance, it seemed as though it was 2 different worlds. With such a beautiful scene, it was no wonder that Feng Zhizong would say such words. Such a scene, no wonder it would cause people to be shocked. I never thought that there would actually be another world within these layers of barren mountains. The Burning Flame Valley is indeed worthy of being the head of the 3 sects of the southern region. Let's go! Today, let us experience the splendor of the Burning Flame Valley. After the group of people sighed, they looked at each other and smiled. Then, they leaped and flew towards the depths of the mountain forest in front of them. This mountain forest was neither big nor small. The location of the Burning Flame Valley's headquarters was built on the peak of the towering mountain in the middle of the mountain forest. The towering and imposing mountain towered into the clouds. At first glance, its enormous size was simply like a huge beast lying between the heavens and the earth. The mountain ridge was like a pillar that supported the heavens and the earth. The peak of the mountain was like a sharp point that pierced the heavens. Rows upon rows of buildings were built on the platforms between the mountain ridge. Although they appeared uneven, it gave people a feeling of majesty. Although the group of people had yet to arrive, they could see from afar that there was a huge rock that protruded from the mountain peak. The 3 large words, Burning Flame Valley, were written with vigorous strokes. At this moment, some figures gradually appeared in front of or around Xiao Yan's group. All of these people were people who had come from the outside world to watch the Burning Flame Valley's sect grand competition. As the distance gradually decreased, the number of people in everyone's sight also increased. Only then did Xiao Yan understand just how great the attraction of this grand competition was. Just from the number of guests they could see, there were no less than 1,000. Most of them had reached origin transformation, and there were even no less than 100 returnance experts. As for the people whose cultivation levels were difficult to see through, they were obviously origin kings. It's just a sect competition, yet so many experts have gathered. Even so many origin king level experts have come. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt a shock at the foundation of this Burning Flame Valley when he sensed those extremely powerful auras. The reason why a grand competition between the sects was able to attract so many experts was not just because of the excitement of the entire competition. It also required the foundation of the entire sect. If they did not possess great strength, there would not be so many people who had come from so far away to watch a battle between disciples of other sections. Of course, there were a few people who had come for the sake of obtaining the rewards, but they were in the minority after all. Most of the people who had come to watch the competition probably only wanted to get closer to the Burning Flame Valley. As the greatest sect in the southern region, if they could get closer to the Burning Flame Valley, it would obviously bring endless benefits to their status in the southern region. A while later, Xiao Yan's group arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, there were disciples dressed in the uniform of the Burning Flame Valley receiving the guests who had come to watch the competition. Other than a small number of people who had an invitation, everyone else would be led by a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. On one hand, it was to point them in the right direction, and on the other hand, it was naturally to keep an eye on those who had ill intentions. Of course, if there was anyone who tried to use violent means to take action along the way, the Burning Flame Valley's upper echelons and elders on the mountain would immediately discover it. It was also because of this that no matter what kind of thoughts the people on the mountain had, they could only quietly follow behind the disciple who was leading the way until they reached the plaza where the competition was held. As long as they arrived there was no need for the disciples to watch over them. They would be personally received by the elders of the Burning Flame Valley. Although this method appeared to be somewhat strict, as if they were treating the guests as prisoners, it would also save the Burning Flame Valley a lot of trouble. Moreover, this place was the territory of the Burning Flame Valley to begin with. Following the rules of the other party's territory seemed to be reasonable. Therefore, even a small portion of people who had objections to this kind of method could only secretly swallow it down. Other than this, every group that ascended the mountain would receive a jade tablet from a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. There was a row of words carved on it. When Xiao Yan received it, he took a look at it. Gang 24. May I ask what this is? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he saw the number displayed on it. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. Could it be that the guests who ascended the mountain had to be counted and recorded? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Hearing Xiao Yan's doubtful voice, the handsome disciple of the Burning Flame Valley in front of him smiled politely and said respectfully, "The row of numbers that Mr. is looking at is the sequence of your group that ascended the mountain. There are a total of 1,000 jade tablets in your hand. The group that holds a jade tablet has the qualification to challenge the disciples on the competition stage. If they win, they can obtain the prize prepared by the elders of our sect." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan nodded his head with a look of understanding. He seemed to have understood something in his heart. Due to the fact that there are far too many people who wish to challenge each sect grand competition, the elders have no choice but to make this decision. The Gung tablet that you hold is ranked within the top 700. You can challenge the corresponding disciples ranked below the top 500. If you win, you can also challenge the disciples ranked in the top 500. However, if you lose, all rewards will be forfeited. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan was stunned. It was clearly a sect grand competition. Why would it involve outsiders? Even the challengers had a ranking. This was a little too absurd. However, after some thought, Xiao Yan understood in his heart. There was a limit to the strength of the sects after all. Moreover, the majority of the disciples were not only equal in strength, even their Genesis Chi attribute was the same. Their combat experience was also limited. Such a competition would not be able to give them much experience. On the other hand, challengers like these would mostly display their true strength in order to obtain the prize. Regardless of victory or defeat, such a battle would definitely be beneficial to the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley. As for the prizes, they were naturally nothing compared to the future of the Burning Flame Valley. Xiao Yan's heart was a little surprised at the tactics of the Burning Flame Valley when he thought of it in this manner. Using the smallest price in exchange for an excellent training. Such tactics really caused one to be amazed. He really did not know just which old fox had thought of this method. With such thoughts in his mind, the group arrived at the main plaza that was used for the sect grand competition. At this moment, the open ground was filled with a countless number of people surging in at a glance. The liveliness could not be hidden. Countless number of stone chairs stood around the open ground. Xiao Yan's group had just arrived when the leading disciple bowed and left. At the same time, an old man wearing a fiery red long robe walked toward them. Chapter 1198. Ha ha ha, welcome. Welcome to my Burning Flame Valley's Sect Grand Competition. May I know if you have a jade token? The old man had yet to arrive, but his thunderous laughter was already heard. The buzzing sound reverberated in the ears of the group, causing them to grimace. Not only was this old man dressed in provocative clothes, but even his voice was unusually irritable. Xiao Yan quietly said in his heart. Soon after, the group of people recovered. Hearing this fellow's words, Xiao Yan immediately took out the jade token that the disciple had given him earlier from his storage ring. Number Gung 24. As he spoke, the old man's figure had already arrived in front of him. At the same time, a faint and invisible pressure accompanied him. Although the latter had already restrained most of it, there was still a remnant pressure that leaked out. Although the pressure from this aura was not very strong, Xiao Yan immediately sensed that the cultivation of this old man was likely above the Origin King class. Another Origin King realm expert. Xiao Yan's heart was once again shaken when he sensed this. Within a short couple of days, he had already met a couple of experts at the Origin King class. This was really unimaginable. He had actually seen enough of these experts, who usually did not show themselves, in one go. The contrast between the two was really hard to accept. His powerful strength and imposing manner not only gave Xiao Yan a pressure on the surface, but it also caused his heart to feel a heaviness. Unknowingly, the cultivation of the opponent he was facing had already reached such a level. Given his current strength, facing an opponent of this level was undoubtedly a huge challenge. Currently, he needed even more power to support himself. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan immediately thought of the other heavenly flame in the southern region. Red Lotus Hellfire. Yi Honglian. Looks like I should prepare to look for her after this matter is over. Yi Honglian was the incarnation of the Red Lotus Yi Flame. Based on what Gu Yu and Hai Machin had said back then, Yi Honglian was located in the southern region. Xiao Yan had not sensed any information related to Yi Honglian at the southwestern border. In that case, it was possible that Yi Honglian was in the extreme south. Oh, if that's the case, then please follow me. I've already prepared seats for you over there. Hearing the words of the old man in front of him, Xiao Yan, who was thinking about the next course of action, immediately came back to his senses. He didn't dare to neglect and cupped his hands with a smile. After that, he followed the old man to the west side of the square. I don't think you're from the extreme south. As the group walked, the old man in front of Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth with a smile. His face was filled with a cunning expression. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was a little surprised. Why would this old man ask such a question? Senior, why do you say that? Haha, I can see that your cultivation base is not bad despite your young age. Your cultivation talent is not bad. Moreover, from the fire energy faintly emanating from your body, you should also be a cultivator of the fire attribute. Xiaoyan nodded his head once again. But what could this prove? Fire attribute and good cultivation talent. For a junior like you, as long as you're from the extreme south, even if you're not under my burning flame valley, I would still roughly know you. Even for those rising stars who have risen in the past 2 years, I also know the identities and names of most of them. However, none of them are compatible with you at all. That's why I'm certain that you're not from the extreme south. Hearing the old man's words, Xiaoyan immediately understood in his heart. At the same time, he was a little surprised by the wisdom of the old man in front of him. This old man looked carefree, but his mind was especially meticulous. It was likely that if one did not know him for a long time, one would be easily fooled by his appearance. Senior's words are not wrong at all. This junior admires you. Nodding his head, Xiaoyan's advancing footsteps suddenly stopped. He bowed respectfully to the old man in front of him in front of everyone. Seeing this, the old man immediately laughed out loud, attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. After that, the old man walked up, helped Xiaoyan up with one hand, and said with a smile, "Not bad. Are you interested in joining my Burning Flame Valley? If you're willing to join, I'll immediately agree to take you as my disciple." Hearing this, Xiaoyan was stunned. When did he say that he wanted to take him as his master? Sorry, this junior already has a master. Smiling embarrassedly, Xiaoyan hurriedly cupped his hands. When the old man in front of him heard this, he could only helplessly twitch his mouth. The plan in his heart had probably failed. After a while, when Xiaoyan and the others were seated, the old man spoke again with a lazy face. "I'm Xianxia. I'm the reception elder for this sect grand competition. If you have any matters, you can come and find me." After speaking, the old man turned around and left. At this time, Xiaoyan hurriedly stood up, cupped his hands and said, "Junior Xiaoyan." "Xiaoyan, huh? Not a bad name." Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the old man finally stopped his footsteps. He turned his head and smiled at Xiaoyan. After that, he left again. After Xianxia left, in the next 4 to 6 hours, people endlessly came to the plaza. After that, there were Burning Flame Valley deacons who led them to their seats. Only when more than half of the seats in the plaza were filled with people, did the stone platform in the middle of the plaza slowly split open with a rumbling sound, revealing a huge plaza that was 1,000 feet in length and width. Around the plaza, there were a few huge stone pillars. Some kind of formation was inscribed on them, faintly emitting a faint golden light. After that, the Burning Flame Valley's disciples who were participating in the sect grand competition entered the plaza. After the group of elders in the elders' seats gave their old-fashioned and passionate speeches, the competition in the plaza officially began. However, Xiaoyan did not have much interest in the entire process of the competition. His gaze slowly swept across the elders' seats on the east side. Xianxia, who he had seen earlier, was also there. However, he was still unclear as to whether the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was present. It was said that the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was a super expert whose strength had reached the origin ancestor realm. However, as of now, Xiaoyan was still unable to see through the few elders in the elders' seats, let alone find the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master. Oh! As if they had sensed Xiaoyan's deliberate probing, the few elders' gazes simultaneously locked onto Xiaoyan's body. The latter was startled and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. "Don't look for him. The Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master is not there." At this time Luo Jin, who was by the side, gently shook his head and indifferently said, "Not there? Then what should I do? Didn't they say that only he has the geocentric body transformation milk? If he is not here, how can I meet him?" Hearing that the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was not here, Xiaoyan's heart immediately tightened. If he could not meet the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master, how could he obtain the geocentric body transformation milk? Chapter 1199. Don't be anxious. I just asked a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. Although the sect grand competition is a grand occasion for the Burning Flame Valley, the Valley Master will not attend it for the first few days. He will only officially attend it when the top 50 disciples of the Burning Flame Valley begin to fight. This can be considered as a form of spiritual encouragement for those 50 people. After hearing Xiao Yan's words, Luo Jin did not show any worry or anxiety. Instead, he told the former all the information he had obtained earlier. Rather than guessing whether the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley would attend, Luo Jin felt that taking the initiative to ask was the fastest and most effective method. Only seeing the top 50 out of 1,000 disciples. Isn't this too cruel and harsh? Luo Jin's words also brought a shock to Xiao Yan's heart. Wouldn't this kind of difference increase the disparity in the hearts of the disciples? To a sect or faction, this did not seem to be a good thing. It is indeed a little cruel. However, speaking of which, there are differences between people. The survival of the fittest is a common thing. However, the Burning Flame Valley's way of doing things has also prompted many disciples with ordinary talent to work even harder in their cultivation. This is not only a test of their cultivation strength, it is also a test of their temperament. If one is unable to believe in oneself, how can one become a strong person? Although talent in cultivation is an innate condition, only hard work can determine the direction of everything. If one is unable to understand even this point, they are not worthy of becoming a true strong person. Although Luo Jin's words were a little rigid, they were also true. The principle itself was like this. It was just a matter of whether they could understand and persevere. Then, when the top 50 of the sect grand competition begins, the Valley Master will attend. At that time, don't be too optimistic. It is not that easy to meet the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. Which outsider who is participating in the sect grand competition did not come for the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley? However, who would be able to meet the Valley Master so easily? After regaining his senses, Xiao Yan's hope had just risen in his heart. However, it was immediately extinguished by Luo Jin's words in the blink of an eye. Curling his lips, Xiao Yan fiercely glared at the latter. He naturally knew that this fellow had not finished speaking. It is not impossible to meet the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. Especially in this great sect competition, it is extremely simple to meet him. As long as... At this point, Luo Jin suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yan with a mocking expression. As long as you are able to defeat the champion of the great school competition, at that time, there is no need for you to bring it up. The Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley will personally invite you to meet him. Even with the pride of the Burning Flame Valley, they will still be moved by a member of the younger generation who possesses sufficient strength. However, in response to Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yan was instantly speechless. He pursed his lips and finally revealed an awkward yet polite smile. His eyes swept across the entire square in a daze. Then, his gaze returned to Luo Jin. When the latter saw this, he laughed involuntarily. Ignoring the specific cultivation levels of the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, there were no less than 10 origin kings among the spectators. Xiao Yan believed that he knew his own limits when facing those fellows. You don't need to be nervous. Origin kings are not allowed to fight in a competition like this. Among all the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, the strongest is only at late returnants. Even the outsiders who participate in the competition can only reach this level of cultivation at most. I believe that you have the confidence to deal with opponents like this. With these words, Xiao Yan's helpless emotions suddenly relaxed. If that was the case, he still had some confidence. He could not say that he could kill his opponents at the same level of cultivation, but if he did not go overboard, Xiao Yan was confident that he had a good chance of victory. After understanding this level, Xiao Yan's anxious mood also completely relaxed. His gaze once again swept across the entire open ground. His gaze paused on the few people at the front of the audience seats. After which, he once again looked at the battleground in the middle of the open ground. There was more than one battle going on in the center of the square. Although the competition had only just begun, the battles in the square were already in full swing. The sounds of intense collisions rang out one after another. The blood in the chests of all the participants had been ignited at this moment. Surging battle intent filled their hearts as powerful energy poured down like sweat. Although these battles were not high-level collisions, they still caused quite a few of the disciples and spectators of the Burning Flame Valley to feel their emotions surge. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Xiao Yan to be included among these people, and it was even more impossible for him to cause those fellows in the front row to be moved. They, who had experienced countless life and death battles, clearly understood the cruelty of a true battle in their hearts. The battle in front of them, which seemed to cause people to feel nervous, was undoubtedly no different from children playing house in their eyes. With just a casual glance, Xiao Yan was able to see the countless openings in the Burning Flame Valley's disciples, who were currently in an intense battle. If it was him, even if it was an expert at the same level of cultivation, he was confident that he would be able to defeat the other party in one strike with this kind of fighting standard. However, if all the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley were only at this level, the Burning Flame Valley would not be worthy of being called the leader of the three sects of the southern region. After taking a few glances, Xiao Yan's body became limp. He curled up on the chair, which was covered with a soft blanket, and closed his eyes. He had a comfortable expression as he slept. This scene was nothing in the eyes of Luo Jin and the rest. The latter's character was originally free and easy. Even if he were to sleep in such a situation, it did not seem like much. However, this caused quite a number of people in the surroundings to be stunned. Even if he did not think much of the battle in front of him, this was after all the Burning Flame Valley's territory. On account of the other party, he should at least pretend to be a little more enthusiastic. On the other hand, it was likely that there would not be a second person like Xiao Yan other than those experts at the Great Origin King level present in the front row. Don't tell me that this brat is purposely here to show off. Is he not afraid of being chased out by the other party? Hey, perhaps the other party has the strength, which is why he does not think much of their battle. Strength? If he has the ability, why doesn't he sit in the front row? Why is he hiding at the back? After the shock, Xiao Yan was naturally met with mockery and ridicule. From the way most people saw it, daring to display such a mocking attitude in the grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley was simply looking for trouble. Once someone from the Burning Flame Valley stepped forward, this fellow would undoubtedly become the best target to be punished for what he had done in the past. Chapter 1200. As time passed, when the first day had passed, nearly a quarter of the participating disciples had been eliminated. This speed was already considered extremely fast. After all, under the premise that most of the participants were experts of the same level, the speed and efficiency of the battle could be increased so quickly. From this point alone, it was enough to prove that the disciples who had successfully advanced had a certain level of strength. No matter what their strength was in the eyes of true experts, at the very least, the strength and methods they had displayed on the battlefield right now was enough for them to receive countless cheers and cheers from below the stage. Everyone was different, and there were differences between levels. Being able to defeat their opponents in a short amount of time, even if it was just a little, was enough to make people look at them in a new light. As time went on, the battles on the battlefield became more and more intense. Elbows and fists collided, and the sounds of battle were as dense as raindrops. Even the stone platform that was originally unaffected began to tremble slightly. At this point, even a few returnance experts could not help but secretly nod at the intense battles. Just the fact that they had gained the recognition of a returnance expert was enough to prove just how powerful they were. Sir, we are currently in the middle of the sect competition of our Burning Flame Valley. Your actions don't seem too appropriate. It was also at this moment that an envoy of the Burning Flame Valley who had been staring at Xiao Yan for who knew how long finally walked over. He planned on waking up Xiao Yan, who seemed to be unaware of what was going on. If it were not for the fact that Xianxia had chatted with the young man a few days ago, and that Xianxia seemed to have a good impression of him, the envoy probably would have woken him up a long time ago. Only when he saw that Xiao Yan did not seem like he was going to wake up did he involuntarily step forward and speak up. This brat seems to be called Xiao Yan. Does he really think he's something just because he spoke a few words with Elder Xianxia a few days ago? Does he really think he's something? The envoy of the Burning Flame Valley could not help but curse inside when he saw that Xiao Yan did not respond after gently calling out. The smile on his face gradually disappeared as well. He extended a hand and planned on waking Xiao Yan up. Almost at the same time, the gazes of Luo Jin, the little fairy doctor, and the others in the surroundings landed on the envoy in the blink of an eye. The deacon's actions paused for a moment when he sensed the gazes that contained a dense coldness. Soon after, he coldly laughed in his heart. They were merely a few origin transformation brats. They were not worthy of his attention. An instant later, the deacon's hand grabbed Xiao Yan's collar. Disturbing someone's sleep without permission is not a good habit. However, it was also at this moment that a calm and indifferent voice suddenly drifted out from the mouth of the originally sleeping Xiao Yan. At the same time, the envoy's hand was firmly locked down by a force that he could not break free from. This guy. The envoy was shocked. The deacon's heart was suddenly startled. His eyes instantly shrunk. He clenched his teeth and tried to withdraw his hand. However, he was gently shaken by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's hand, which was restraining the deacon's wrist, shook gently. An extremely powerful force immediately poured into the deacon's body. At the same time that the deacon was forced back, it caused his throat to emit a muffled groan. Immediately, a piercing sound was heard and the robe on his upper body was instantly shattered by that force. What brutal force! The eyes of a few retenance experts in the crowd immediately narrowed at the sight of this. They all thought the same thing. A casual attack had actually knocked back a retenance envoy from the Burning Flame Valley, and even reduced him to such a horrible state. Even if the attack from before seemed a little shameless, it was enough to prove that the black-robed young man who had leisurely stood up from his chair was extraordinary. God damn it, brat! Having been reduced to such a miserable state by a person from outside the sect in front of so many people, the deacon could no longer maintain his face. He cursed softly as the Genesis chi within his body swiftly surged out. With a move of his feet, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan and sent a palm smashing down. Xiao Yan's sharp agility and the speed at which he attacked immediately attracted the attention of most of the people present. Even quite a number of spectators, who were originally paying attention to the competition between the Burning Flame Valley's disciples in the middle of the stadium, had their gazes attracted by the activity on Xiao Yan's side. The swift palm arrived above Xiao Yan's head in the blink of an eye. The whistling wind landed directly on his head, and the invisible space was easily torn apart by the force. The sharp sonic boom made Xiao Yan frown slightly. This was not a good feeling. Soon after, however, Xiao Yan's body twisted slightly the moment the palm hacked down. It was as though space itself had been distorted. He used an extremely strange posture to easily dodge the palm that was hacking down. The position where he dodged was coincidentally outside the attacking range of the wind that the palm had agglomerated. Just as everyone's eyes revealed a surprised expression, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and smashed the deacon's chest with the back of his hand. The powerful force instantly sent the deacon's body flying. Although it would not cause any serious injuries, it would definitely cause him to make a fool of himself based on the current situation. Uproar! The appearance of this scene not only shocked all the spectators present, but even some of the other deacons and elders from the Burning Flame Valley in the viewing gallery had their gazes attracted by this palm of Xiao Yan's. Isn't this brat a little too arrogant? Anger immediately appeared on the faces of the other envoys when they saw this scene. Just as they were about to step forward, they were stopped by a young man who had unknowingly darted out from the crowd. Huaji has already become like this. What's the use of you going up? Regardless of whether you are a match for him, you will only become the laughingstock of others. Let me go. The words of the young man had just left his mouth when the few envoys who wanted to refute were instantly stuffed into their mouths. Seeing the person in front of them, even some of the elders in the sect had to give him some face, much less them the envoys. Hearing the young man's words, the few of them ultimately withdrew with their hearts filled with unwillingness. The young man directly walked forward. Not only was there no enmity in his eyes, the corners of his mouth contained a mocking smile as he faced Xiao Yan directly. Huaji at this moment climbed up from the pile of shattered stone chairs in a miserable manner. Just as he was about to attack again, a young man's figure suddenly blocked his front and pushed him to the back. The young man faced Xiao Yan, smiled, cupped his hands together and said, "This friend, the matter just now was due to my Burning Flame Valley's incompetence. I am Qin Yan. I will apologize to you on behalf of him." Chapter 1201. Qin Yan. Qin Yan? He's Qin Yan? It's said that there's an extremely talented disciple among the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley this year. Not only has he reached late returnance at such a young age, but his grasp and usage of the force of ways is rather impressive as well. In the selection competition of the sect, this guy defeated many opponents of the same level all by himself, leaping to become the strongest among the younger generation. This kid is even the strongest contender for first place in this year's competition. After the young man reported his identity, some people in the surrounding spectators immediately revealed his identity. Many people in the outside world knew about this extremely outstanding disciple of the Burning Flame Valley long ago, but they had never seen him before. Now that they had seen him today, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even the Origin Kings at the front of the spectators' stands cast their gazes over. From the looks of it, it was not just the returnance experts. Even they paid close attention to the young man called Qin Yan. It was normal for Qin Yan to receive such treatment after becoming the strongest among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. Let alone these outsiders, even many of the elders in the Burning Flame Valley valued him greatly. They had even begun to treat him as the future successor of the Burning Flame Valley. Xiao Yan immediately understood the identity of the young man before him when he heard the exclamations from the surrounding crowd. He did not dare to underestimate Qin Yan at all after hearing about his astonishing accomplishments. Being able to consecutively defeat a couple of opponents of the same level indicated that this Qin Yan in front of him possessed a fighting strength that far exceeded his own cultivation. When faced with such a person, especially when the other party's cultivation exceeded his own, even Xiao Yan needed to be 120% alert. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Yan, who was smiling politely in front of him. His gaze sized up Qin Yan before he learned the other party's gesture and cupped his hands together in a courteous manner. "You're too polite. I was in the wrong earlier as well, so I hope you can forgive me." Hua Ji curled his lips furiously when he heard this. However, he was unable to say anything else. With Qin Yan beside him, he could only obediently hold back his resentment. Qin Yan also glanced at the latter from the corner of his eyes. Immediately, he smiled faintly and said, "Seeing that Mr. Xiao Yan's attack just now was quite sharp, I wonder if Mr. is interested in participating in this sect grand competition? From what I know, the jade token in Mr. Xiao Yan's hand seems to be Gung 24. With this number, you can challenge any disciple ranked after 500 in our sect. I'm more interested in the people ranked before 500. Xiao Yan smiled slightly when he heard Qin Yan's words, which seemed to have a hidden meaning, and rebutted him. The smile on the latter's face immediately became even denser when he saw this. Only those deacons from the Burning Flame Valley had furious expressions. These words of Xiao Yan were clearly hinting that their Burning Flame Valley's disciples were weak and did not have the qualification to be his opponent. In that case, Mr. Xiao Yan has agreed to participate in our Burning Flame Valley sect grand competition. Since this is the case, I really look forward to meeting you in the arena. Quite a number of people immediately turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan when these words were uttered. These words of Qin Yan were an open challenge. If Xiao Yan did not accept it in front of so many people, not only would he lose face, he would also be ridiculed and discussed by the people in the viewing gallery. The words that he had said earlier would naturally be used to slap his face. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart was also extremely clear about this point. The other party's goal was very clear. Either he agreed to fight with him or he would eat the words that he had said earlier. In the end, the person who would lose face would still be him. This action of Qin Yan had the intention of threatening him. "All right, I'll see you in the arena." Without much hesitation, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and agreed. The latter's face was filled with a satisfied smile when he saw this. At this moment, the surrounding observers once again threw their gazes onto Xiao Yan. However, this time around, there was an additional pity and ridicule in their eyes. Qin Yan was the strongest among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. His battle prowess was extraordinary. Even some of the envoys of the Burning Flame Valley were not his opponent, so how could Xiao Yan, an early returnance expert, be his opponent? From the looks of it, the outcome was extremely clear even though the two of them had yet to formally engage in battle. Needless to say, Qin Yan's victory was going to be added to the list of victories. This Xiao Yan really doesn't know his limits. Does he really think he's something just because he has some tricks up his sleeve? Qin Yan has even defeated quite a few envoys in the valley. He has challenged many of them before, so all the envoys in the valley have probably been defeated by him now. He's just asking to be humiliated with just an early returnance cultivator. What a reckless brat. Why don't we deal with him instead of Senior Qin Yan personally? He's not worthy of being Senior Qin Yan's opponent. While the spectators in the viewing gallery were discussing with one another, quite a number of Burning Flame Valley's disciples who had witnessed this scene also began to discuss with one another. Their words were filled with disdain and ridicule towards Xiao Yan. There were even quite a number of people who threw gazes that were filled with enmity towards Xiao Yan. This also indirectly proved that these disciples had a sense of belonging to the Burning Flame Valley. This kind of invisible energy was the key factor that allowed a faction to become increasingly powerful. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan exchanged a couple of courteous words with each other in the viewing gallery before the latter intended to leave. After all, the grand competition of the sect was currently in progress. As a participating disciple, he could not possibly continue to stay here. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Xiao Yan suddenly spoke and stopped him. "Brother Qin Yan, can you stay for a while?" "Is there anything else, Mr. Xiao Yan?" Qin Yan frowned slightly when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He was involuntarily a little surprised in his heart. Since the matter had already been decided, why did Xiao Yan call out to him at this moment? Cuckoo, it is not a big matter. However, look at our seats. Although that deacon's palm did not injure anyone, my and my companion's seats have been destroyed. I think that the Burning Flame Valley will not allow guests like us to stand here and watch the competition, right? Qin Yan was startled when he heard these words. He immediately recovered and frowned as he looked at the stone chair in front of him that had already been destroyed. His gaze swiftly swept over the entire stadium, only to discover that other than the first row of seats in the viewing gallery, the other places were all occupied by spectators from outside. If Xiao Yan's group wanted to change seats at this moment, it was likely that. Qin Yan hesitated for a couple of seconds. Only then did he once again look at Xiao Yan's group. He cupped his hands together and said, "I'm sorry. Since this is the case, the few of you should sit in the first row." Chapter 1202. How can this be? This is the rule. The first row has always been a place where only the esteemed guests of my Burning Flame Valley can sit. Their strength has to be at least at the Origin King level. With just these few people, we can just change the chairs if they break. What right do they have to sit in the first row? The expressions of the few Burning Flame Valley deacons around him instantly changed when Qin Yan uttered these words. Even they had to treat the guests seated in the first row with respect. However, Xiao Yan had clearly injured one of the Burning Flame Valley's deacons earlier. They were already being magnanimous by not chasing him out. How could they allow him to sit in the first row now? It's only right to apologize if you've done something wrong. Right now, I'm saying that Mr. Xiao Yan and the others can sit in the first row. Do you have any objections? Qin Yan suddenly turned around as soon as the envoys had spoken. His sharp gaze immediately locked onto them. His eyes were filled with an irrefutable feeling. But there's no need for buts. Just do as Qin Yan says. Just as those few deacons wanted to argue a little more, Xianhua's voice was suddenly transmitted from the elders' seats on the opposite side of the viewing gallery. When the few of them saw this, the words that were about to reach their mouths were hurriedly swallowed back. They clenched their teeth and finally respectfully bowed and responded. Their hearts were filled with hidden bitterness as they invited Xiao Yan and the others to the seats in the first row. Xiao Yan's group immediately became the focus of attention the moment they sat down. Forget about this conspicuous position. Just what Xiao Yan had done earlier had already stirred the curiosity of quite a number of people present. Even those experts at the Origin class would occasionally pay attention to Xiao Yan's group. This was especially the case when their eyes landed on Xiao Yan. An additional surprised expression would appear in their eyes. Even though he was only an early returnant's brat, they discovered to their surprise that there seemed to be a layer of hazy mist on the surface of Xiao Yan's body when they wanted to investigate him closely. It completely blocked their senses. Even though they were Origin Kings, they were still unable to see through the black-robed young man before them. It was not only the guests who felt that way. Even many of the Burning Flame Valley's elders who were seated in the elder seating area had shocked expressions on their faces. Of course, although there were quite a few people like that, not all of them were unable to see the depth of the situation. After this small interlude with Xiao Yan's group, the competition in the arena continued. The selection process of the individual battles continued for a total of 3 days. It was not until the evening of the third day that the first round of the selection officially ended. The original 1,000 participants had now been reduced by more than half. On the fourth day, the second round of selection officially began. Without a doubt, the second round of selection was even faster than the first. The remaining 400 or so disciples would undergo a large selection. All of the disciples would gather in one place and engage in a chaotic battle. As long as all of the opponents were defeated or their opponents admitted defeat, the remaining 50 people would successfully enter the next round of the competition. At the same time, they would be personally met by the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. This round of selection was, without a doubt, the key to their glory. It could even affect their future. At the same time, the severity of this round of selection was unquestionable. Accompanied by a huge rumbling sound, the huge square actually slowly protruded towards the ground. The entire auditorium trembled slightly at this moment. Everyone who was unfamiliar with this scene immediately revealed a look of panic on their faces. A few minutes later, when the edge of the stone platform was about 10 feet away from the ground, the entire stone platform slowly stabilized. Soon after, the Burning Flame Valley's disciples around the viewing gallery, who had already prepared for this moment, immediately turned into numerous rays of light. Their bodies were covered in bright red flames as they rushed onto the stone platform like meteors. Such a scene could be said to be breathtaking. Xiao Yan had also noticed Qin Yan among those disciples. Of course, Xiao Yan was not the only one who had noticed him. As the main focus of the Burning Flame Valley's grand competition this time around, his actions on the stage would undoubtedly attract the attention of everyone below the stage. After all the remaining disciples had entered the arena, the formation carved on the surrounding stone pillars in the huge square was activated. A golden-colored light barrier swiftly rose into the sky and covered the entire selection square. After the formation was completely activated, a white-robed Burning Flame Valley's elder slowly floated into the air above the square. A pair of turbid old eyes slowly swept over everyone in the viewing gallery below. His gaze paused for a moment when it swept over some people in the first row and Xiao Yan's group. Only then did he slowly open his mouth. His old voice was softly spat out and reverberated beside everyone's ears. The rules of the second round of the selection are the same as before. Now, let us officially begin. As his voice faded, all the disciples in the middle of the square instantly released the Genesis Chi within their bodies. They used different methods to form various armor or weapons. While they swiftly pulled apart the distance between each other, numerous gazes cautiously scanned each other. The atmosphere in the square gradually tensed. No one took the initiative to attack, and no one calmly waited. Everyone clearly understood just how harsh and cruel this selection was. Once they attacked, they had to guarantee that they would defeat their opponent. Otherwise, they would likely be blasted out of the battle in the next second. Other than a portion of the younger generation members who had already made a name for themselves in the Burning Flame Valley, the rest of the people who had successfully advanced to the second round of the selection naturally possessed extraordinary battle power. Once a battle erupted between these people, it would naturally attract the attention of others. As for Xiao Yan, he naturally focused all of his attention on Qin Yan. Ever since he became aware of the latter's battle achievements, Xiao Yan's heart had become a little more wary of Qin Yan. Being able to stand out from 1,000 people, and even make the Burning Flame Valley's elder give in to him was already sufficient to prove his strength. In the face of such an opponent, Zhou Yuan could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. Although Qin Yan was also present in the square, he was different from most people. No one dared to approach within 100 feet of him. This invisible deterrent force seemed to have formed a special battleground. The latter also obediently stayed at his spot, not moving at all. It was as if he was waiting for his prey to come knocking on his door. This fellow is quite an interesting person. Xiao Yan could not help but softly chuckle upon seeing this scene. To be able to create such a deterrent force amongst those of the same generation, one must admit that Qin Yan was indeed quite capable. Clang! Just as Xiao Yan was focusing all of his attention on Qin Yan, the tense atmosphere in the square was finally broken by someone first. The sharp sword in his hand was especially tricky as it ruthlessly pierced toward the person who was also holding a weapon closest to him. Although it was a sudden attack, the minds of everyone in the square were in a tense state at this moment. The moment this person attacked, the other people in the square immediately sensed it. Even the person who was attacked also swiftly turned around. The weapon in his hand slashed behind him without any hesitation. The other people in the surroundings also completely erupted the moment these two people attacked. Chapter 1203. When the originally tense atmosphere in the plaza was completely torn apart, an intense clash unfolded. Genesis Chi shot out in all directions, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Blade light and sword shadows swept across the plaza like raindrops, the aftershocks of the collisions causing the array that enveloped the plaza to violently shake. Flames soared into the sky, giving off a majestic aura. It was not long before a dozen or so participants were knocked out of the arena. Although they did not suffer any serious injuries, they had lost the right to continue participating in the competition. However, although the entire plaza was exceptionally chaotic, there was still one place that appeared particularly calm. It was where Qin Yan was. With regards to this fellow who had consecutively defeated quite a number of experts of the same level, no one present dared to easily clash with him. Hence, at this moment, there was still a relatively spacious area around Qin Yan. This situation only lasted for 2 hours after the start of the second round. After 2 hours, the number of people in the plaza had been reduced by nearly half, while the battles between the remaining 300 participants gradually slowed down. No one dared to recklessly clash against each other. Wasting one's Genesis Chi and stamina would only give the latecomers more opportunities. The key to victory was to play it safe. However, there were always some exceptions. While everyone was cautiously looking at each other, one of these individuals stealthily arrived behind Qin Yan. Although his back was still facing the latter and he pretended to be oblivious, the corner of his eyes had already locked onto Qin Yan. Even if he wasn't completely confident, judging from the current situation, only Qin Yan's defense was the most lax. If he could take this opportunity to force Qin Yan off the stage, then he would be able to shine brightly among the younger generation of this year. Although no one said it out loud, practically every participating disciple knew that the champion of this sect grand competition had already been decided. If he was not forced off the stage, no one present would have a chance. Instead of fighting for the second and third positions, why not try to snatch first place from him? However, several people in the plaza had already noticed this seemingly obscure little action. They merely sneered in their hearts before ignoring it. Even several people in the spectator stands looked at the disciple who was stealthily approaching Qin Yan with disdain. I didn't expect such a pure person to appear in this kind of competition. Besides Xiao Yan, Luo Jin could not help but want to laugh as he observed the situation in the arena. At this moment, Qin Yan appeared to be resting with his eyes closed. However, anyone with a brain would be able to guess that the latter was definitely monitoring the situation in the arena at all times. This included Xiao Yan. He had already clearly sensed that while he was monitoring the latter, Qin Yan was also clearly monitoring him. Such blatant behavior on the field was no different from courting death. The more one underestimated one's opponent at a critical juncture, the more one would bury oneself. Unfortunately, this disciple of the Burning Flame Valley did not seem to understand this logic. Shwa! Finally, when the disciple was less than 50 feet away from Qin Yan, he suddenly turned around and stomped heavily on the ground. His figure instantly appeared behind Qin Yan like an arrow leaving the bow. He aimed a punch at Qin Yan's back and smashed it down. However, what was strange was that even though this disciple's fist was only a few inches away from Qin Yan, the latter's body did not move at all. What frightening speed! Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan, who was in the viewing gallery, involuntarily spat out these words. Just as Luo Jin by the side knit his brows and nodded, that disciple was shocked to see that his fist had actually penetrated Qin Yan's body without any obstruction. In an instant, the disciple's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip as incomparable shock immediately surfaced in his heart. This is an afterimage. Correct. I'll reward you. While the disciple was crying out in surprise, Qin Yan's calm laughter was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Get off the stage. Immediately after, a warm hand gently pressed against the disciple's chest. With a gentle push, the disciple's body immediately uncontrollably shot backwards. By the time he stabilized his body, he discovered that he had already appeared outside the arena. This guy's control of his power is extremely precise. Although he sent his opponent flying with a single palm, it was not enough to injure him. His control of Genesis Chi is likely something that even I cannot compare to. On the viewing platform, Xiao Yan's heart abruptly tightened when he saw this scene. Qin Yan's performance was extremely powerful in both speed and control of his power. Such an opponent was really not easy to deal with. After easily finishing off one of his opponents, Qin Yan turned his head to look at the others in the arena. Several of the fellows that were originally planning to attack him stopped one after another and did their best to retreat. Even some of the stronger individuals in the arena cautiously stared at Qin Yan. Compared to the others, they had a more thorough understanding of Qin Yan's strength. It was precisely because of this that they didn't take the initiative to look for trouble with Qin Yan from the beginning until the end because they didn't want to be eliminated before the third round began. Qin Yan did not express much in the face of the people who were withdrawing. His gaze swept over all the remaining people in the open ground. After which, he purposely looked at Xiao Yan in the viewing gallery outside of the arena. The eyes of the two people made contact and appeared to be opposing each other. The invisible empty space began to distort because of this. Soon after, Qin Yan withdrew his gaze and looked towards the 300 individuals before him again as he slowly said, "Based on my earlier observations, I have already chosen those amongst you who can stay." The expressions of all the disciples in the arena immediately changed. Could it be that Qin Yan had already made arrangements for them to stay? Wasn't this a little too overbearing? While everyone's expressions changed, a ball of flame suddenly rose above the heads of some of the people in the arena. Now, those who have a flame above their heads can continue to stay in the arena. As for the rest, you can leave. Qin Yan said faintly as if he was the only master in the arena. This immediately caused the faces of those disciples who did not have a flame above their heads to turn gloomy. Damn it, what right do you have to decide whether we stay or leave? Based on the fact that your strength is inferior to theirs. Qin Yan lifted his eyelids slightly and still looked as if he did not care. Based on his previous observations, among the people in front of him, whether it was in terms of combat strength, combat experience or reaction speed, the people he had selected were undoubtedly the best. There was no need for him to continue. In this situation, even if he continued, the people he had selected would still remain on the field. He was only helping them to be the first to be selected. We will only know if we are their opponents after we fight. Based on what you have said, we are inferior to theirs. Based on the fact that I am stronger than all of you. Qin Yan's expression did not change in the slightest in the face of these disciples' rebuke. He merely spoke a sentence in an indifferent manner. In the next instant, his body instantly disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already appeared in front of the person who had spoken earlier. A sharp palm wind blew past his face. His entire face instantly turned ghastly white. A deep fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart without any explanation. Subsequently, without waiting for Qin Yan to say anything, he left the arena with a lifeless face. Other than a small number of people, some people also gritted their teeth and left helplessly. As for the remaining small number of people, after a helpless struggle for a long time, they were indeed placed in the hands of those opponents that ordinary people did not think highly of. At the last moment, only 50 people, including Qin Yan, were left on the arena. Chapter 1204. Due to Qin Yan, the second round of the selection process only lasted for less than 4 hours. Although there was still a lot of time left, the third round of the finals had already been scheduled for the day after tomorrow. In other words, there would be at least 1.5 days for them to roam around the Burning Flame Valley. Although the elders of the Burning Flame Valley felt somewhat helpless with regards to this, there was no other way to delay things since things had already developed to this point. No one had expected that Qin Yan would actually be so overbearing. He had actually changed the entire process of the grand competition by himself. However, this also indirectly proved Qin Yan's ability. After all, such frightening observation ability was not something that everyone possessed. Soon after, Xiao Yan's group also returned to the pavilion that the Burning Flame Valley had already prepared for them. Quite a number of people outside involuntarily cast envious gazes at them when they saw them enter the pavilion. The pavilion that Xiao Yan's group stayed in was different from the majority. Logically speaking, the pavilion that they stayed in was usually only occupied by a group that possessed an expert at the advanced level of King Yuan. A group that was weaker than King Yuan could only stay in an ordinary courtyard with a poorer environment. Helplessly, this was how the world was. The disparity in strength led to the different treatment that they faced. There would never be so-called fairness in this world. The various grades and ranks were the most complete explanation for this world. As for Xiao Yan's group, they had also been invited here due to the previous matter. However, Xiao Yan believed that Qin Yan should have deliberately arranged for this to happen. This Qin Yan is really not an ordinary person. He is actually able to clearly see the most elite amongst the disciples while monitoring us. He actually managed to forcefully end the second round of the selection by himself. Most importantly, the elders of the Burning Flame Valley had actually tacitly approved of his methods. From the looks of it, they have very high expectations of Qin Yan. After entering the door and waiting for everyone to take their seats, the little fairy doctor went to serve everyone tea. On the other hand, Luo Jin and Bai Hua had already started to discuss what had happened earlier. Their words were full of praise for Qin Yan, causing Zhou Tai and the rest to nod their heads repeatedly. Just now, when that fellow released that flame, even I felt a trace of threat from it. Could it be that he also possesses a heavenly flame? The giant ape frowned. When Qin Yan had released the flame in his body earlier, he had felt an extremely clear pressure. Although he could not be sure if it was a heavenly flame, it still made him feel extremely fearful. No, it's not a heavenly flame, nor is it any kind of beast flame. Based on my observations, it should be the Grand Tao that he grasped, the Grand Tao of fire. Xiao Yan by the side gently shook his head when he heard this. He received the tea that the little fairy doctor handed over with one hand and slowly spoke. Great Tao of fire. After Xiao Yan said this, the expressions of the few people present changed instantly. The Great Tao of Fire was known to have the strongest offensive power among all the Great Tao powers. Once one mastered the Great Tao of Fire, one's overall combat strength would be greatly increased. Moreover, among opponents of the same attribute, if the opponent did not have a sufficiently powerful Great Tao power, then the Great Tao of Fire would have a great suppressive effect on the latter's flames. No wonder it is difficult for this fellow to find an opponent among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. So there was actually such a reason. However, no matter what, there is no need to doubt his insight and combat strength. The Great Tao power is only one aspect of his strength. If he did not have a sufficiently strong strength, the upper echelons of the Burning Flame Valley would not value him so much. After speaking until this point, the others also nodded in agreement. Each of them incomparably praised Qin Yan in their hearts. Only the fairy doctor's face was still filled with confidence when she looked at Xiao Yan. She believed that Xiao Yan, who possessed the heavenly flame, would definitely not be afraid of Qin Yan's Great Tao power. Although the Great Tao power was powerful, it was still quite inferior in front of the heavenly flame. Moreover, the person that Qin Yan was facing was Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, a large group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples arrived from outside the pavilion. Countless gazes gathered at the pavilion that Xiao Yan and the others were in. Xiao Yan, Burning Flame Valley's disciple, Zhang Yanhao, has come to challenge you. Burning Flame Valley's disciple, Xianxia, challenges you. Burning Flame Valley's disciple. Before the people arrived, continuous shouts were already transmitted over. Quite a number of spectators in the surroundings were also alarmed by the commotion of this group of people. Immediately, quite a number of people leaped onto the roof. Numerous gazes swiftly gathered over. I did not expect that there would be a good show to watch right after the end of the second round of selection. Moreover, from the looks of it, these Burning Flame Valley's disciples have all come for Xiao Yan. They must be using this opportunity to find trouble with him. If he cannot even deal with these ordinary disciples, this Xiao Yan naturally does not have the qualifications to be Qin Yan's opponent. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone immediately began to discuss. Their gazes would occasionally look at the pavilion that Xiao Yan and the others were in. Their eyes contained contempt. The other party has already killed his way to their door. They actually do not even dare to open the door. Don't tell me that they are afraid. He is only seeking his own humiliation. Who asked him to be so arrogant in front of so many people? In the end, he is still the one who is being blamed. Creak. Just as the discussion became increasingly louder, the door of the pavilion that was tightly shut in front of the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples was slowly opened. Immediately, everyone outside the door was completely silent. After which, Xiao Yan led Luo Jin and the others out of the door with light footsteps. Seeing that so many Burning Flame Valley's disciples had come to create trouble, Xiao Yan's gaze swept all around him. A glint flashed across his eyes. It was indeed as he had expected. The Burning Flame Valley did not dispatch any deacons or elders to manage this. From the looks of it, those fellows were willing to tacitly approve of the troublemaking actions of these disciples. Otherwise, they would not dare to come to his door with such great fanfare. Under the perception of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, there were clearly a couple of quite strong auras monitoring this place at a certain spot outside of the pavilion that they were staying in. From the looks of it, those fellows also had the mentality of watching a show. Are you trying to probe my strength? Xiao Yan smiled slightly. His gaze exchanged glances with Luo Jin and the others by the side. Only then did he look at the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples in front of him. Since everyone thinks so highly of me and there are so many spectators, it would be somewhat unreasonable if I do not accept your challenge. Since that is the case. Before his voice sounded, the tip of Xiao Yan's feet gently pressed on the ground. His body immediately flew forward and landed on the ground in front of the door. This shocked the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples in front of him until they retreated one after another. The former curled his mouth and smiled when he saw this. He clenched his hand and an enormous black ruler immediately landed in his hand. The tip of the ruler landed on the ground and Xiao Yan's body suddenly turned. He actually drew an enormous circle with a radius of less than 10 feet on the ground. It is too much of a waste of time to defeat all of you one by one. This circle shall do. As long as I leave this circle, it will be considered my loss. Chapter 1205. Hua! Xiao Yan's words immediately shocked everyone when they were uttered. These words of his were really looking down on the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley. Although the people standing in front of him at this moment were not disciples with extremely strong cultivations, They were basically all experts at the origin transformation stage and above. With just him alone, regardless of how great his fighting strength was, it was impossible for him to stand in this circle and fight with this group of a few hundred people from the beginning to the end. Isn't this brat a little too arrogant to say such words in public? I'd like to see how he'll deal with this once he loses. Haha, he's just a brat. It's good for him to suffer a little and gain some experience. Luckily, this is the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. No matter what happens, no one will die. This can be considered a lesson for him when he travels the continent in the future. The fellows who were watching the show naturally had mocking smiles on their faces when they heard Xiao Yan's words. As they laughed and chatted with one another, they did not take Xiao Yan's words to heart at all. On the other hand, a few old men and Qin Yan who were in a pavilion far away could not help but reveal surprised smiles at this moment. Heh, this Xiao Yan is a little arrogant. Qin Yan, he is not inferior to you at all. This disciple understands. Although Xiao Yan is arrogant, he has the qualifications to be arrogant. Among all the disciples and challengers in this grand assembly, he will be my greatest opponent. Qin Yan respectfully nodded his head when he heard the words of the old man in front of him. At the same time, he informed the old man of his judgment after observing for the past few days. Yes, he will be an extremely challenging opponent for you in the future. However, this is also good. It will definitely be beneficial to your future. The old man gently nodded his head. He raised his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan through the gaps between countless pavilions. Heavenly Flame. Valley Master, this child might become the greatest assistance to our Burning Flame Valley. At the same time, the faces of countless disciples of the Burning Flame Valley in front of Xiao Yan immediately darkened when they heard Xiao Yan's words. He actually dared to face them with such an arrogant attitude. The Xiao Yan in front of them was the first one in so many years. Brat, you actually dare to speak such arrogant words. See if I don't beat you down today. At the same time that the furious roar sounded, a human figure immediately shot out from the front of the crowd. A powerful flame immediately adhered to the surface of his body. Both of his hands were tightly clenched into fists. A firm and fierce strength swiftly agglomerated in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the human figure had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. He waved his fist and violently smashed it towards Xiao Yan's head. His manner of wanting to knock down the person in front of him with one punch appeared extremely firm and fierce. His Genesis Qi is not dense enough. His aura is shallow and his circulation is slow. His speed is also too slow. This won't do. However, in the face of such a sharp attack from this disciple, Xiao Yan merely shook his head in a neither hurried nor slow manner. He gave a faint evaluation. Only then did he slowly raise his hand. The white palm imprint appeared to have casually landed on the chest of the human figure in front of him. After which, his palm shook gently and an extremely thick strength immediately erupted. The human figure, which was charging forward, immediately paused in midair. Immediately following this, a bang sounded and his body flew out uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the crowd. However, the latter appeared to be in a much more miserable state at this moment. Damn it again! That human figure stood up and roared unwillingly. His body was about to step forward when Xiao Yan slowly raised a finger, waved it gently, and said, "Don't be so arrogant. No, you've already left the circle." Next. Upon hearing these words, the disciple returned to his senses and looked at his feet. He was currently several feet away from the circle Xiao Yan had drawn. According to the rules that Xiao Yan had mentioned earlier, he had already lost the qualifications to continue challenging. Damn it! I don't care what lousy rules you have. Flustered and exasperated, the disciple no longer cared about anything else. His figure charged forward again, intending to continue. Bzz. Soon after, however, before he could approach Xiao Yan's body, the latter's body suddenly shook. An extremely powerful overbearing aura swept out from Xiao Yan's body, transforming into an invisible strength that forcefully shook the disciple's charging body until it came to a halt. You've already lost. Next. Xiao Yan's stern gaze casually glanced at the disciple before him. Soon after, he shouted towards the remaining disciples behind him. The crowd immediately stirred. It was a long while later before someone stood up again. His body jerked as Genesis Qi immediately gushed out from his body. After making all the necessary preparations, he moved again, arriving in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. Flames flashed in his hands as scarlet-red fire Genesis Chi immediately solidified into a pair of gauntlets that wrapped around his hands. Fists flashed as they viciously smashed towards Xiao Yan like a meteor shower. The hot wind from the fists pounced towards Xiao Yan's face. The firm and fierce strength did not let go of any joint or corner of Xiao Yan's body. If it was an ordinary person, they would only be able to dodge such a sharp and concentrated attack. Unfortunately, the person they were facing now was Xiao Yan. Not bad, your power is sufficient, but your speed is too slow. Faced with the attack of this disciple in front of him, Xiao Yan's feet touched the ground. His body twisted in all directions, and he actually relied on an extremely strange technique to dodge all of the fist imprints that came flying toward him. Finally, under the shocked gaze of this disciple, Xiao Yan's palm once again imprinted itself on his chest. With a gentle push, the human figure immediately took a couple of steps back. Although he was not injured, he was already standing outside of the circle. I've lost. Although he was somewhat unwilling, the disciple still gritted his teeth and cupped his fists together towards Xiao Yan, before quietly withdrawing. Compared to the previous person, although he was unwilling to admit defeat in his heart, he also knew that excessive struggle would be useless. In fact, it would even bring shame to the burning flame valley. Hence, he chose to quietly withdraw. Next. I am Meng Hong. I've come to challenge you. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, another figure charged over. His speed caused the surrounding spectators to cry out. Even the speed at which he attacked was much faster than the previous two. Most importantly, this person's cultivation had reached the early returnance realm, making him an opponent on the same level as Xiao Yan. Flame Star Hammer. Astral Waterfall. Back off. This time around, it was different from before. This fellow called Meng Ming had used his best Do skill the moment he attacked. From the looks of it, he had also seen just how strong Xiao Yan's individual combat ability was. It was difficult for him to rely on a simple attack to defeat Xiao Yan. Hence, he decided to use his Do skill, intending to determine the victor with one strike. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still maintained an indifferent manner. His face was calm as he stood in the same spot. Both of his hands were placed behind him. His aura was completely withdrawn into his body. A thought passed through his heart and a faint golden glow gradually covered his entire body. From the looks of it, he was actually planning to forcefully receive this attack. Chapter 1206. This fellow, has he gone crazy? Even if he is confident in his extraordinary fighting strength, it is impossible for him to simply ignore the Do skill that is being used by an opponent of the same level as him. Xiao Yan, what exactly is he planning to do? Not to mention the surrounding audience, even the few elders in the distance and Qin Yan, who was watching this scene, also revealed shocked expressions on their faces. What is this Xiao Yan planning to do? Don't tell me that he is really planning to forcefully receive this attack from Meng Hong? Although Meng Hong's cultivation and fighting strength cannot be considered top-notch within our valley, he still possesses an extremely strong fighting strength. This time around, he seems to be one of the people that Qin Yan has chosen. This Xiao Yan actually dares to openly receive an attack from him. Either he already has a trump card, or this brat is purposely being arrogant. Now, he is unable to continue pretending. In the pavilion, the few elders from the Burning Flame Valley were discussing the current situation on Xiao Yan's side. They were really unable to believe that Xiao Yan actually dared to display such an arrogant attitude when facing an opponent of the same level. Was this not clearly seeking death? Qin Yan, what do you think? The elder standing in front of Qin Yan did not express his opinion in this regard. Instead, he handed this question to Qin Yan beside him. He wanted to know Qin Yan's opinion of Xiao Yan. From what this disciple sees, Xiao Yan should be quite confident. The layer of golden light agglomerated on the surface of his body should be some kind of rare Do skill. He plans to use this to block this attack from Meng Hong. I think that there should not be much of a problem. Qin Yan's gaze carefully studied Xiao Yan's body for a while before voicing the answer in his heart. When these words were spoken, the few Burning Flame Valley elders behind him looked at each other in succession. After carefully examining Xiao Yan's current state, they seemed to have realized something. They could not help but smile awkwardly as they continued to look towards the arena where Xiao Yan was located. At the same time, Meng Hong's flame star hammer completely descended under the watching gazes of countless people. It viciously smashed towards Xiao Yan's head, the terrifying aura causing the invisible space to violently distort. In the next second, The giant hammer formed completely from Genesis Chi was about to land on Xiao Yan's body. However, it was at this moment that the layer of faint golden light on the surface of Xiao Yan's calm-looking body suddenly released a dazzling brilliance. A golden giant appeared above Xiao Yan's head as the light gathered. It raised its head and puffed out its chest, completely blocking Meng Hong's attack. Only after all the energy on the flame star hammer was completely exhausted did the enormous golden figure above Xiao Yan's head slowly scatter. When one looked at Xiao Yan again, the latter was still in his calm demeanor from earlier. Xiao Yan's body had appeared in front of Meng Hong in a ghost-like manner the moment he entered the battleground. He smiled slightly and once again pushed Meng Hong away with his palm. Next. The faint voice once again spread. Human figures flew and repeatedly flew toward Xiao Yan, who was in the middle of the arena. Loud cries continued to resound over the place. Waves of sounds of physical bodies colliding also repeatedly sounded. In less than 2 hours, Xiao Yan had already defeated over 100 disciples from the burning flame valley. His forehead was already covered with perspiration. The cultivation of the majority of these people was not inferior to his. It was already very difficult for him to defeat over 100 disciples in succession. If this continued, he would likely be defeated here one day. The endless attrition battle was the most headache-inducing. Even Xiao Yan, whose fighting strength far exceeded his own cultivation, was unable to endure for a long time. However, there were still over 100 burning Flame Valley disciples standing in front of him. If they were to go down one by one, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not be able to endure until then. However, compared to the nervousness in Xiao Yan's heart at this moment, the surrounding spectators and the burning Flame Valley disciples in front of him had long been shocked speechless by Xiao Yan's terrifying fighting strength. Even Qin Yan and the others, who were far away at this moment, were similarly shocked in their hearts. Using his own strength, he had forcefully defeated over 100 burning Flame Valley disciples. Even though this process appeared to be extremely simple, it was even more terrifying than the battle results that Qin Yan had created. From the looks of it now, Xiao Yan, who was still standing in front of the pavilion, was the biggest dark horse in this burning Flame Valley sect grand competition. Who is this Xiao Yan? If it is possible, it is best to investigate his background. We must try our best to be on good terms with him. At this moment, even those experts at the Origin King level, who originally did not think highly of Xiao Yan, were similarly filled with shock in their hearts. There were even some people who were preparing gifts to be on good terms with him. For such a genius expert, his future was immeasurable. If they were able to form a good relationship with him as soon as possible, it would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to them. Let's go and meet him. At the same time, the few elders from the burning Flame Valley in the distant building were finally unable to wait any longer. If they were to really wait until Xiao Yan defeated all of these disciples, not only would their burning Flame Valley lose face, but it would also affect Xiao Yan's opinion of their burning Flame Valley. If this was the case, all that they had done would be a loss that would outweigh the gains. The reason why they had probed Xiao Yan's strength was because they hoped to clearly see his depth. However, at this moment, the frightening fighting strength and talent that Xiao Yan had displayed had already far exceeded their expectations. If they did not move to meet him now, it was likely that it would be too late in the end. At the same time, the battle within the battleground continued. Faced with increasingly strong opponents, the current Xiao Yan was no longer as relaxed and carefree as he was at the beginning. He needed to carefully deal with each and every one of them. After blocking all of their attacks, he needed to use the smallest price to force the other party out of the battleground. Clang 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 clang. By relying on the golden elephant skill, Xiao Yan blocked all of the attacks from the figure in front of him. When his body moved forward, this fellow actually used his agility to dodge Xiao Yan's attack and immediately circled to the side of Xiao Yan. Both of his hands flipped and a palm landed on Xiao Yan's shoulder. You have lost. Is that so? When the corner of this disciple's mouth revealed a slight smile, Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. Although he was indeed a little tired, it was more than enough to finish off this fellow. Force elephant skill. Retreat. Just as this disciple's two palms landed on Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan cried out loudly in his heart. At the same time, his body suddenly shook. The ground under his feet and the invisible space trembled. A powerful force swept out from Xiao Yan's body, and actually forcefully blasted this disciple out of the battleground. Ha! With a stern cry, the expressions of everyone present changed when they heard it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and surprise repeatedly swept left and right at Xiao Yan. It was hard to imagine that he had actually defeated so many Burning Flame Valley disciples by himself. This kind of fighting strength was something that even Qin Yan did not possess. The remaining people, all of you can come at me together. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the entire place. His arrogant voice was once again spat out. The expressions of everyone changed once again. Xiao Yan's words were simply a provocation to the Burning Flame Valley. However, since things had already developed to this point, all of the Burning Flame Valley disciples present were naturally unwilling to admit defeat. Just as they were about to step forward, a voice that was filled with dignity and an old voice suddenly sounded in the sky above this pavilion. What are all of you doing instead of going back and training properly? Chapter 1207. The elderly voice that was suddenly transmitted caused the spirits of everyone present to be shaken. At the same time, Xiao Yan also immediately raised his head. His gaze looked over. A white-robed old man was standing in the midair. His face was dignified as he swept his gaze over all the Burning Flame Valley's disciples below. Have you finally arrived? Xiao Yan was not too surprised by the appearance of this old man. His gaze swept over. Qin Yan and a couple of other elders were surprisingly in a pavilion a short distance away. Xiao Yan was a little surprised in his heart when he saw that Qin Yan was actually standing together with an elder from the Burning Flame Valley. This is the resting place of our Burning Flame Valley's foreign guests. How can we allow all of you to cause trouble here? All of you get lost. All of you will be confined for 10 days and reflect on your actions. The old man's stern cry once again spread, causing the expressions of all the Burning Flame Valley's disciples below to immediately change. Numerous gazes were filled with fear as they looked at the old man in the sky. Only after noticing the slight fury in the latter's eyes did they hurriedly withdraw in a dejected manner. In merely a moment, this large group of people had completely left. The originally crowded street had also become spacious and empty. It is unexpected that even the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley has come out. The other few elders and Qin Yan seem to be there as well. It is just that they did not reveal themselves. From the looks of it, they should have seen the entire process of the challenge earlier. It is just that they did not step forward to stop it. It is likely that the Burning Flame Valley also wants to use this opportunity to teach this Xiao Yan a lesson. It is just that it is unexpected that Xiao Yan is actually this strong. He is actually able to defeat so many Burning Flame Valley's disciples by himself. Looks like another dark horse that is not inferior to Qin Yan will appear in this Burning Flame Valley Grand Competition. The faces of the surrounding observers immediately revealed a surprised expression when they saw this old man in the sky. After some words, the gazes that they used to look at Xiao Yan once again contained an additional admiration. However, they had forgotten just who was the one who was mocking and ridiculing Xiao Yan earlier. Cuckoo, recently, the elders and deacons of the valley have been busy with the grand meeting activities. They have neglected to discipline these little brats, causing them to actually do such a radical thing. Mr. Xiao Yan, please do not blame them. The old man only slowly descended after dispersing those disciples. He landed in front of Xiao Yan. His old face revealed a somewhat apologetic smile. Immediately, he courteously cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not dare to slight when he saw this. He hurriedly returned the greeting before he smiled and said, "Elder, you are is." Xiao Yan cupped his hands politely. The one who should be the one. The one. Although he spoke in this manner, the smile on Xiao Yan's face did not have the slightest intention of apologizing. Seeing this, the old man involuntarily laughed out loud after exchanging glances with Xiao Yan for a couple of seconds. Ha ha ha, a couple of days ago, I heard that Mr. Xiao Yan is young and promising. Now that I have met you, you are indeed a young and outstanding talent. Your heroic spirit is something that few people can match. The old me is Li Chengxiu, the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley. If I have the time, the old me would like to invite Mr. Xiao Yan for some tea. A glint flashed deep within Li Chengxiu's turbid old eyes. The corner of his eyes glanced at the few people who were quietly watching the show in the surrounding pavilions. However, he did not avoid inviting Xiao Yan on the street. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but be slightly startled. He was a little surprised in his heart. He thought in his heart, I did not see this old man in front of me at the elder's seating area a couple of days ago. I did not expect that the latter was actually the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley. In that case, wouldn't he be the person, other than the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, most likely to help me obtain the core body transformation milk? However, just as Xiao Yan was about to nod his head and agree, he suddenly sensed the sharp gazes from the surrounding pavilions. Those gazes seemed to be indicating for him to reject. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately shivered. It was merely the first elder who wanted to invite him for some tea. What was there for these fellows to be agitated about? Moreover, from the looks of it, those gazes clearly contained some threatening intent. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan was even more confused in his heart. However, since this matter concerned him, he naturally could not shrink back because of a gaze from these fellows. Moreover, Xiao Yan was a person who did not like to be threatened. Any kind of threat would only be treated as a fart by the other party. Therefore, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before treating any threatening killing intent in their gazes as nothing. Nodding his head, Xiao Yan had a smile on his face as he accepted Li Chengxiu's invitation. At the same time, the emotions in his heart gradually became fiery. From the looks of it, he seemed to be very close to the core body transformation milk. Seeing that Xiao Yan in front of him had actually accepted his invitation so readily, Li Chengxiu, who was in front of him, was instead a little surprised. He was very clear about what Xiao Yan would face when he said those words. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually ignore the wolf-like gazes of those fellows. Could it be that he was really not afraid of these fellows, or was it that he had the confidence to successfully escape from their hands? However, these were no longer important. Since Xiao Yan had agreed to the invitation, as the initiator, Li Chengxiu naturally had to do it. Moreover, compared to the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart, Li Chengxiu's heart was similarly filled with joy at this moment. Subsequently, under Li Chengxiu's invitation, Xiao Yan and Luo Jin went together. Although the rest of the people wanted to follow, they were stopped. Even Luo Jin only agreed to follow after Li Chengxiu hesitated for a while. This was because he could faintly sense a somewhat familiar aura from this young man. Although that aura was very old and difficult to recognize, it still prompted him to agree to Luo Jin's request. Along the way, the two of them followed behind Li Chengxiu. The former would ask a few questions from time to time, and his words clearly revolved around Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan, who had many years of experience, naturally replied fluently. It was as if he had prepared everything beforehand. Of course, this old man was clearly not someone easy to deal with. Under the silence, the conversation made Xiao Yan feel nervous. He could not help but curse the old fox in his heart. Only when both sides had quieted down did Luo Jin silently approach Xiao Yan's ear. He muttered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Be careful. According to what I know, this old man is a true Origin King expert. Xiao Yan's heart was immediately shocked when he heard these words. The moment he raised his eyes, he discovered that Li Chengxiu was also looking at the two of them with a smile. That kind manner was as though he had not heard their conversation. Xiao Yan's heart was immediately filled with shock. The shock in his heart grew even greater when he saw this scene. However, it made sense after some thought. The Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley was an expert at the Great Origin King realm. Since the person before him could become the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley, it was naturally normal for him to be at the Great Origin King realm. If his cultivation was only at the Origin King realm, he would not live up to his name. Haha, please come in. This is my tea room. Chapter 1208. Just as Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo stepped into the tea room, they could not help but exclaim in surprise at the scene in front of them. The tea room that was filled with a delicate fragrance was dignified and elegant. The four walls were all made of top-quality wood. Moreover, at a glance, there was not the slightest gap between the walls. The tea room was built from a complete huge tree. Looking at it this way, the size of the ancient tree that built this tea room was simply unimaginable. The four walls of the tea room were hollow out, forming various kinds of strange flowers and herbs. There were even many carvings of unknown magical beasts that were vivid and lifelike. Sunlight shone in from the hollow out and shone on the fragrant floor. The patterns that were formed also changed with the passage of time. A faint tea fragrance floated in the air like smoke and fog. After inhaling a breath, one would feel that one's entire body was much more spirited. Looking around, the two of them even saw quite a number of high-grade medicinal ingredients that were hard to find in the outside world. Most of the medicinal ingredients actually caused Xiao Yan to be extremely excited when he saw them. If any of these medicinal ingredients were to be taken out and placed in an auction, it would be a priceless treasure. After the two of them sat down, Li Chengxiu extended his hand and beckoned. Immediately, a teapot appeared in the formless space. The body of the teapot swayed and one could even hear the sound of tea being swayed from within. Haha, according to what Mr. Xiao Yan said earlier, you came from the southwest border. This time, you seem to have come to my Burning Flame Valley to ask for medicine. However, Mr. Xiao Yan, my Burning Flame Valley is not the Alchemist Alliance. If you want to ask for medicine, you should look for them. However, if Mr. really needs any medicinal ingredients, feel free to ask. If this old man is able to help, I will definitely do my best. As Li Chengxiu smiled, he took out 3 teacups from who knows where and brewed tea. He placed them in front of Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo. After which, he raised his head with a smile. If that's the case, this junior will thank senior first. Facing Li Chengxiu, Xiao Yan did not dare to have the slightest bit of neglect. Moreover, they were the ones who came to ask for help this time. In terms of etiquette, he would naturally be more considerate. Yes, speak. What medicinal ingredients do you need? As long as my Burning Flame Valley has it, we will definitely do our best to help you. Senior, I'm afraid that in the entire southern region, only your valley has the medicinal ingredients that I need. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Li Chengxiu raised his eyebrows and a hint of surprise appeared on his old face. He looked at Xiao Yan and asked curiously, what kind of medicinal herb is it? What this junior needs is precisely the geocentric body milk that is unique to your valley. Boom! However, the instant Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Li Chengxiu, who originally had a curious expression, actually stood up in an instant. A terrifying aura and pressure instantly sealed the entire tea room. The frightening pressure instantly shattered the teacups that were filled with tea in front of the 3 of them. The fragrant tea transformed into 3 water swords that shot out in the blink of an eye. They even nearly pierced Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo in front of them. Even though this was the case, the sharp wind that the water swords carried when they passed in front of the 2 of them caused their faces to feel a piercing pain. At the same time, an indifferent expression immediately surged into Li Chengxiu's pair of turbid old eyes. His cold eyes did not contain the slightest emotion as he stared at Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo in front of him. His expression was especially cold. It was a long while later before he slowly said in an extremely low voice, "Who told you all this and who called you here?" The indifferent voice no longer contained the slightest bit of warmth and emotion like before. Instead, a cold killing intent gradually gathered. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Li Wuyo did not have the slightest doubt in their hearts that if they were unable to find a reason or method to calm this old man in front of them, this fellow would definitely kill them without any hesitation. Xiao Yan did not expect that his words would actually directly touch upon the greatest taboo of the Burning Flame Valley. Senior, this junior does not have any ill intentions in coming to the Burning Flame Valley. I only hope to be able to. If you don't speak, this old man will kill you right now. Without waiting for the words from Xiao Yan's mouth to sound, Li Chengxiu flipped his palm. Xiao Yan's body immediately floated into the air uncontrollably. 3 of his fingers formed a seal in the air and an invisible force immediately grabbed Xiao Yan's throat, causing his face to turn swollen red in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Luo Jin by the side was just about to stand up when Li Chengxiu waved his sleeve. Another invisible force immediately and violently smashed into his chest. With a bang, his body flew out uncontrollably and violently collided with the wall behind him. If it were not for Li Chengxiu's intentional protection, it was likely that this tea room would have been destroyed because of this. Boom. Senior, we have no ill intentions in coming here. I hope that senior will stop. In the next moment, another wave of energy surged out from Xiao Yan's body. Tremendous soul force instantly filled the entire tea room and an illusionary figure appeared before Li Chengxiu. It was Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian appeared and stood between Xiao Yan and Li Chengxiu. His body shook and surging soul force quickly enveloped Xiao Yan, forcefully dispersing the invisible force that was controlling him. Afterwards, he grabbed Xiao Yan's wrist and the 2 of them quickly retreated. I didn't expect you to have a soul body in your body. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Xiao Xian's sudden appearance also surprised Li Chengxiu for a moment. By the time he returned to his senses, Xiao Xian had already brought Xiao Yan and quickly retreated. However, the tea room had already been sealed by Li Chengxiu's presence. Perhaps Xiao Xian could leave by himself, but it was impossible for him to bring Xiao Yan with him. A mere King Yuan dares to escape from my hands? Stay here. With a low roar, Li Chengxiu's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Xian and Zhou Yuan in the next second. He slammed his palm towards Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian's heart was greatly alarmed by Li Chengxiu's attack. Xiao Yan had yet to recover. If both of them were struck, the price they would have to pay would be extremely high. With no other choice, Xiao Xian could only withdraw all of the spiritual strength he had released. At the same time, his hand, which was tightly grabbing Xiao Yan's wrist, swiftly released. The seals between his hands rapidly changed. At the same time, surging Genesis Qi swiftly gathered in the space in front of him. An invisible sword with its tip pointed upward was formed the moment Li Chengxiu's palm landed. Qingmu Sword Art, Dao Heaven Sword. Xiao Xian let out a roar as soon as the long sword was formed. At the same time, the golden light on the surface of his body shone brightly, and the invisible long sword also emitted a faint clear light. The wind spun rapidly, forming a wind wall to meet Li Chengxiu's palm head-on. Clang! As the palm fell, the sword trembled violently, and the wind wall was instantly destroyed. Boundless astral winds assaulted Xiao Xian's face. Xiao Xian's face turned incomparably solemn, and the golden light shining from his body rapidly dimmed. At the same time, the power contained in Li Chengxiu's palm was also rapidly decreasing. Boom! After more than 10 seconds, Xiao Xian and Li Chengxiu uncontrollably drew back. Although Xiao Xian was in a sorry state, Li Chengxiu's old face didn't look any better. He took a few steps back, and the qi and blood in his body were surging. The palm that collided with Xiao Xian's palm was numb at this moment. In this exchange, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Chapter 1209. Rank 7 Soul Power? Li Chengxiu could not help but exclaim when he stabilized his body. When he lifted his head, the expression on his old face was extremely shocked. When he saw the golden light array that was gradually dispersing on the surface of Xiao Xian's body, the former immediately understood in his heart that the person in front of him was not only a fellow who possessed a 7-realm soul, but was also a rank 7 formation master. He's also a rank 7 array master. With this thought, Li Chengxiu's expression changed again. At the same time, he felt a trace of graveness in his heart. Even if the other party was a spirit body, he was still a rank 7 array master. The energy contained in such an expert was not any weaker than his. In a strict sense, if a rank 7 array master used his full strength, even he was no match for him. Therefore, Li Chengxiu did not dare to be careless in the face of Xiao Xian. Humph. So what if you're a rank 7 array master? I won't let you leave so easily today. After a moment of hesitation, Li Chengxiu took a step forward, and vast Genesis Qi immediately gushed out from his body. The majestic energy formed a wave of Qi that rapidly spread from his feet, once again enveloping the entire tea room and forming a nearly solid energy wall inside the tea room. With this energy wall, even a rank 7 array master like Xiao Xian would not be able to break it so easily, let alone Li Chengxiu, who was an Origin Emperor expert. However, Xiao Xian felt rather helpless in the face of Li Chengxiu, who had repeatedly misunderstood their purpose. Xiao Yan had completely fainted under the impact of the energy attack and would likely not wake up for some time. His logic cultivation was insufficient, and it would be very difficult for him to help. Li Chengxiu would not believe Xiao Xian's words, and it was likely that surrendering would be useless. At this moment, he could only try to force his way out. Elder, this junior has no intention of offending you, but this matter is indeed a misunderstanding. I hope that Elder can believe what we say. Humph, believe? Almost no one in the outside world knows about my Burning Flame Valley's geocentric body refinement milk. Since you are able to obtain information about the geocentric body refinement milk, other than them, there is basically no one else. Therefore, you should take back your lies. Faced with Xiao Xian's struggle, Li Chengxiu did not believe him in the slightest. With a leap, he was about to launch another attack at the former. He believed that as long as he did not give the other party the time to gather the formation or use the formation plate, the other elders of his Burning Flame Valley would be able to discover the commotion here and rush over at top speed. At that time, it would naturally not be a problem to deal with this rank 7 formation master in front of him. However, right at this moment, shwa! Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Li Chengxiu's figure paused for a moment and caught the flowing light in his hand. The moment he turned his head, he saw that Luo Jin was staring at him with no trace of fear in his eyes. Seeing this, Li Chengxiu couldn't help but feel suspicious in his heart. He immediately lowered his head to look at the item in his hand. When the light on the item gradually scattered, a warm and pure white jade fan appeared in his hand. This jade fan looked ordinary. However, when Li Chengxiu saw this fan for the first time, the expression in his old eyes suddenly focused. Even his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His entire body involuntarily trembled. This is the whisk jade fan. Only after a long while did Li Chengxiu finally say the name of this fan word by word. At the same time, an extremely mysterious and terrifying fellow appeared in his mind. That's right, it is the whisk jade fan. At this moment, Luo Jin finally spoke in a leisurely manner. After which, he smiled and walked forward. Under Li Chengxiu's stunned gaze, he took back the jade fan in Li Chengxiu's hand. After which, he gently waved it and the jade fan immediately emitted a schwa sound as it spread open. Following Luo Jin's gentle waving and adding the confident smile on the corner of his mouth, he appeared somewhat similar to when Xiaoyan had first met him back then. It is said that the whisk jade fan has always been personally held by the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion. Since the whisk jade fan is here, then you are. Li Chengxiu narrowed his eyes. His muddy old eyes stared at the young man in front of him. He extended a skinny finger and pointed at Luo Jin in front of him. He spoke slowly and hesitantly. I am Luo Jin, the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion. As soon as he said this, Li Chengxiu's body suddenly trembled. He felt dizzy. He didn't even dare to imagine that the terrifying pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion in his impression was actually such a young man. This was simply unbelievable. Impossible. This old man has seen the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion before. His cultivation is at least above source zone. Even if his appearance is as young as yours, his cultivation can't be faked. The person you saw was my father. Back then, in order to avoid some trouble for the Yunin Pavilion, he revealed himself as the Yunin Pavilion's pavilion master. This is also the true reason why you have never seen the appearance of the Yunin Pavilion's pavilion master. Faced with Li Chengxiu's questioning, Luo Jin's face was filled with confidence. He had already expected that this fellow would ask such a question when he revealed his identity. Not only him, but everyone who saw him would probably say the same thing. But even so, it is not enough to prove that you are the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion. Then what about this? As the great elder of the Burning Flame Valley, you should be very familiar with this. Hearing this, Luo Jin curled his lips and smiled. With a flip of his hand, a pure white formation plate appeared above his palm and gently floated. Immediately, shock once again surfaced in Li Chengxiu's heart. If it was said that he could deny the authenticity of the whisking jade fan, then the formation plate that appeared in Luo Jin's hand at this moment was something that he could not deny no matter what. This was because his Burning Flame Valley also had a similar formation plate. Moreover, it was seen as the sect-protecting formation of his Burning Flame Valley. Back then, in order to obtain this formation plate, his Burning Flame Valley had used the valley's greatest secret, the Earth Core Body Elixir, in exchange. This Great Star Plate Formation, Earth Core Body Elixir. Could it be? Since things had already developed to this point, even if Li Chengxiu was a fool, he would be able to guess the cause and effect of all of this. It was likely that the reason why Xiaoyan had come to his Burning Flame Valley was not because of those fellows' instructions, but because of this young man in front of him. Haha. So that's how it is. In that case, you are really the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion? Li Chengxiu laughed at himself. He shot a glance at Luo Jin and saw the latter nod his head. Only then did he look at Xiaoyan and said, since that is the case, then he has indeed come for the Earth Core Body Elixir. However, like he said, he does not have any ill intentions. He only wishes to exchange for it. Chapter 12:10. When Xiaoyan woke up in the tea room, Xiaoxian had already returned to his body. Li Chengxiu had once again recovered the warm smile he had when the few of them first met. Luo Jin, on the other hand, had an expression as though nothing had happened. At this moment, the gazes of the two were locked onto Xiaoyan, as though they were waiting for him to speak first. Seeing this, Xiaoyan was slightly startled. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at the empty tea table in front of him. Only then did he understand in his heart that what had happened was not a dream. However, Li Chengxiu's mood seemed to have recovered for some unknown reason. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan involuntarily threw his gaze at Luo Jin by the side. If he had to give an answer, It was likely that only Luo Jin would be able to do so. Although Xianxia was a rank 7 formation master, this was after all the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. If they were to really fight, even Luo Jin would not be able to protect him. Cuckoo, Mr. Xiaoyan, the matter earlier was indeed a misunderstanding. The thing that you need is of great interest to my Burning Flame Valley. The old me acted in a moment of agitation. Fortunately, I did not hurt Mr. I hope that you will not blame me. Saying this, Li Chengxiu actually stood up and cupped his hands together towards Xiaoyan. If it were not for his status, it was likely that he would have bent his waist to express his apology. Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not dare to slight him in the slightest. He hurriedly stood up and welcomed him. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, just Li Chengxiu's cultivation was not something that he could accept. It is good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. However, this junior really cannot accept such a great gift from elder. Xiaoyan hurriedly supported Li Chengxiu. The two of them, one old and one young, immediately became courteous to each other. They chatted with a simple smile, as though the unpleasantness from earlier had never happened. When the two of them sat down once again, the expressions on their faces had once again become serious. After all, this matter concerned the core body transforming milk. Even Li Chengxiu did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Next, Xiaoyan told Li Chengxiu in front of him about the true reason why his group had come to the extreme south this time around. Of course, he naturally avoided the topic of the woeful poison body, and used another reason. Li Chengxiu only nodded in an understanding manner when he heard Xiaoyan's words. He mused for a moment before speaking. So that's how it is. According to Mr. Xiaoyan, I'm afraid that only the Earth Core Body Elixir can save your friend. No wonder Mr. would come here. At this point, Li Chengxiu unconsciously glanced at Luo Jin, who acted as if nothing had happened. Even if Xiaoyan had thought of the geocentric body elixir without Luo Jin, it was likely that they would not have been able to reach this place and the incident earlier would not have happened. If your noble valley can help me obtain a drop of geocentric body milk, then this junior will definitely take out an item of equivalent value in exchange. Ignoring the situation of the two people in front of him, Xiaoyan went straight to the point. At the same time, he bowed deeply to Li Chengxiu. Seeing this, Li Chengxiu hurriedly waved his sleeve and helped Xiaoyan up. Seeing the sincere manner on the latter's face, Li Chengxiu's heart could not bear it. With such a character, in addition to such outstanding talent and intelligence, it was likely that it would be his Burning Flame Valley's loss if he did not help. Moreover, the situation in the extreme south was currently changing secretly. If he was able to rope in a young member of the younger generation with excellent talent at this moment, in addition to the rank 7 formation master in Xiaoyan's body, all of these would be of great help to his Burning Flame Valley. However, I won't hide it from Mr. Xiaoyan. I'm afraid that it is difficult for this old man to make a decision regarding the Earth Core Body Elixir. The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately changed when these words were spoken. Even Luo Jin by the side frowned slightly. Elder Li, as the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley, you are in charge of all the big and small matters in the valley. Don't tell me that even the Earth Core Body Elixir. If it was in the past, it might not be a problem. However now, it is extremely difficult. Although Li Chengxiu was unwilling to admit it, he still helplessly shook his head when he heard Luo Jin's words. He let out a long sigh. After hesitating for a moment, he finally opened his mouth once again. The two of you should also know that my Burning Flame Valley would gift the Earth Core Body Elixir to the first place in every sect grand competition. Moreover, that person would become a person that my Burning Flame Valley would focus on grooming. However, that was in the past. In recent years, for some unknown reason, the production of the Earth Core Body Elixir in my valley has sharply decreased. By this year, there is no longer a single drop of Earth Core Body Elixir left. The reason why the Valley Chief has not been present in the last few sect grand competitions is because he has been waiting for the formation of the Earth Core Body Elixir. Logically speaking, if the Earth Core Body Elixir is formed, he should arrive at the location of the finals at the latest the day after tomorrow. However, if he does not appear, then I'm afraid. After speaking until this point, Li Chengxiu did not speak any further. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin already understood. In other words, whether they could obtain the Earth Core Body Elixir would completely depend on the day after tomorrow. If the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Chief appeared, Xiaoyan would naturally have hope of obtaining the Earth Core Body Elixir. However, if not, their trip this time would have been in vain. In addition, there is one more thing that I hope Mr. Xiaoyan can understand. Other than you, Qin Yan is also determined to obtain this Earth Core Body Elixir. Although you know how to barter, Qin Yan is a disciple of my Burning Flame Valley. Therefore, whether or not you can obtain the Earth Core Body Elixir will depend on your luck. When Li Chengxiu's words were spoken, Xiao Yan's heart instantly shook. In this way, even if he really obtained the Earth Core Body Elixir, there would still be a layer of difficulty placed in front of him. From the looks of it, he still needed to defeat Qin Yan before that. Taking in a deep breath, Xiao Yan's fists gradually clenched tightly under his sleeves. When Xiao Yan and Luo Jin left the tea room, the moonlight had already risen to the sky. The thin mist of the mountain was like green smoke that pervaded the air. Under the moonlight, various patterns were drawn on the ground through the branches of the trees. Lanterns curled up between the pavilions and pavilions. From afar, it was a unique scenery. When Xiao Yan and Luo Jin returned to their loft, the others had already returned to their rooms to rest. After all, they had been personally invited by the Burning Flame Valley's first elder. Naturally, they did not think that there would be any accidents. Naturally, they also did not expect that such a shocking thing had actually happened not long ago. After Luo Jin returned to his room, Xiao Yan walked out of the loft. The tip of his foot gently pressed on the ground and his body leaped onto the roof. At this moment, the little fairy doctor was sitting there. Her two jade-like hands were supporting her chin as she gazed at the leisurely night scene in the distance. When Xiao Yan and Luo Jin returned, they had already discovered the little fairy doctor. However, Luo Jin did not say anything and Xiao Yan also pretended not to see her. When the two of them saw her at this moment, the little fairy doctor immediately parted her mouth and revealed a charming smile. She indicated for Xiao Yan to sit down. The latter did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside the little fairy doctor. He raised his head and gazed at the bright moon that was emitting a lustrous white light in the night sky. He could not help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that compared to the bright stars that filled the sky, the moonlight was always more difficult to surpass. Chapter 12:11. Under the moonlight, a thin fog covered the entire place. The pavilion was brightly lit. Occasionally, a meteor would fall from the distant stars. It was like a bright arrow cutting through the night sky, attempting to cut through the darkness. However, it would disappear in the blink of an eye. This encounter between light and darkness was short and beautiful. However, it gave people a shallow impression. This was because meteors often appeared in the sky. As long as the sky was filled with bright stars, it would always be accompanied by a meteor. This was a certain inevitability. The moonlight was white and flawless, appearing sacred. Only when the stars rotated in the sky did they appear bright. Xiao Yan and the fairy doctor sat together at the top of the pavilion. They looked at the long river in the night sky. The brows of the two of them would occasionally glance at each other. They appeared to be careful, or perhaps it was unintentional. It seems that it has been a long time since I have seen the stars like this. Ever since I came here, I have always met with many troubles along the way. The fairy doctor curled her lips. She appeared to be a little unwilling and tired. It was not that she was unwilling to live such a life. It was also not that she was tired of following Xiao Yan like this. She was just unwilling to accept that no matter how many troubles she met, she could only stand behind Xiao Yan. During these few days, Xiao Yan had placed a large amount of his attention on the matter of the core body transformation milk. No one in the group had noticed the changes in the fairy doctor's body. Only she knew that other than her daily hard work and training, all the energy contained within the poison had been completely refined and absorbed by her after she had absorbed it. The current fairy doctor had already become a 7-star Do-D. However, it was still difficult for her to be of help to Xiao Yan with such a cultivation. Relax, there will be a day when those troubles will completely disappear. At that time, you can sit here and watch the stars and moon every day. Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled. He could hear the trace of guilt in the fairy doctor's words. However, from his point of view, all of this was unnecessary. He had never thought of the fairy doctor as a burden, much less a burden. Xiao Yan only felt that the man who had been told by others that he needed to stand behind a woman to be protected, was now able to cover her under his arms. No matter what the wind, rain, knives or swords, he would be able to shoulder them. The fairy doctor smiled somewhat disappointedly when she heard Xiao Yan's words. It was a long while later before she said, I believe that there will be such a day. However, when that time comes, will you still be able to accompany me like this? The fairy doctor did not know that a bright redness had surged onto her pretty face when she said these words. Even under the cover of the moonlight, she still appeared incomparably rosy. Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled when he heard these words. When Xiao, but S of Xiao, like of, and of to. Even so. Xiao Yan thought about this question for a very long time. The group of people met in the hall of the pavilion. The little fairy doctor continued to serve tea and water to everyone like a little wife. The gazes that the others used to look at her had a playful expression. This was especially the case when their gazes were thrown toward Xiao Yan. The teasing expression in their eyes became even denser. Xiao Yan merely smiled in response to this and did not say anything. After which, Luo Jin described the situation of his meeting with Li Chengxiu to everyone seated. The only thing he did not mention was the matter of him fighting with Li Chengxiu. Xiao Yan had also inquired about the specific situation of this matter from Xiao Xian. He had naturally guessed that it was related to Luo Jin. However, Xiao Xian did not tell him the truth. All he said was that it was best for him not to know about this matter too early. Xiao Yan had heard an unknown number of such old excuses ever since he had started training. However, since Xiao Xian had already put it this way, it was naturally not appropriate for him to inquire further. He believed that there would come a day when the exact situation of this matter would appear in front of him. It was not appropriate for him to get to the bottom of it now. After everyone thought about Luo Jin's words, they all frowned. The situation they were facing was clearly much more complicated than they had imagined. Other than being unable to confirm the existence of the geocentric body milk, they also had to be careful of Qin Yan. The latter was also a strong competitor for the geocentric body milk. The Burning Flame Valley would definitely not abandon the future of their faction because of the item Xiao Yan had taken out. In that case, the first problem they had to deal with was Qin Yan. They had to make Qin Yan give up on the fight for the geocentric body milk. The best way to do this was to have Xiao Yan appear in the finals tomorrow and defeat him. Other than this, there was another problem that had been lingering in Xiao Yan's mind. According to what Li Chengxiu had said yesterday, in recent years, the Burning Flame Valley's stock of geocentric body milk had been completely exhausted. Due to the Sect Grand competition, the Burning Flame Valley no longer had any geocentric body milk in storage. Its production had also sharply decreased. Even until this year, there might not be any left. These words had troubled Xiao Yan for a long time. As an item of the world, how could the geocentric body milk decrease for no reason and eventually disappear? According to what he knew, the source of the geocentric body milk was the geocentric stalactites. That kind of thing usually only existed within some mysterious ancient caves. Stalactites gathered the energy of the world and condensed it into essence. Normally speaking, it was impossible for it to disappear for no reason unless the stalactites were destroyed by an external force or the environment was damaged. However, this point did not make sense no matter what. The geocentric body milk had been protected by the Burning Flame Valley for a long time. It was impossible for them to be so stupid as to destroy the stalactites themselves. If it was an external force, it was just as Li Chengxiu had said. There were very few people in the outside world who knew about the existence of the geocentric body milk. It was already extremely difficult for them to enter the Burning Flame Valley, let alone destroy the stalactites. However, since this was the case, why would the production of the geocentric body milk on the stalactites sharply decrease? With this thought in his mind, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a sense of trouble in his heart. After pondering for a while, he suddenly thought of a possibility that had an extremely small probability. The instant this thought surfaced in his mind, a bright glow immediately blossomed from within Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes. Don't tell me it's like that? Chapter 12:12. The next day. When the morning light shone on this lofty mountain, the Burning Flame Valley was already noisy. After a few days of waiting, they finally welcomed the final match on the last day of the Sect Grand competition. The third round of the Burning Flame Valley's Sect Grand competition this time around was also the final round of the Grand competition. It would be completed by the top 50 selected from the Sect Grand competition. Other than that, there would also be a Sect Challenge competition after this round. The foreign experts who came to watch would compete with the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. Regardless of which side won, they would receive a prize from the Burning Flame Valley. If one were to really talk about it, it seemed that the final challenge competition was the most exciting. When the viewing gallery around the plaza was once again filled with people, the 50 Burning Flame Valley disciples who had successfully been selected stood in the middle of the plaza. Qin Yan's figure was surprisingly among them. When the sound of a bell spread from the sky above the plaza, the noisy plaza gradually became quiet. Following which, the figure of an old man wearing a white robe slowly appeared in the sky above the plaza. Everyone looked over. This old man was the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley, Xianxia. On the other side of the elders' seats, the other elders of the Burning Flame Valley had already taken their seats. There was an empty seat in the middle. There was naturally no need to say who the owner of the seat was. Haha, I am very grateful to everyone for being able to endure these days of waiting. At the same time, this old man also feels proud that my Burning Flame Valley is able to have so many outstanding disciples. All of you are the future of my Burning Flame Valley and also the future of the continent. All of you. After a boring and old-fashioned speech, it caused the Burning Flame Valley's disciples to cheer and jump for joy. Only a small number of people did not care about this. Soon after, when Xianxia's cry sounded once again, the curtains to the last round of the Burning Flame Valley's Sect Grand Competition began. The third round of the finals would be carried out in the manner of a guarding competition. There was no time to wait for a break in this round. Either a person would stand until the end or be eliminated halfway. Therefore, whoever went up first would decide that their ending would not be good. Of course, in order to maintain a certain degree of fairness in this competition, the disciples who were defeated in this round could regain their ranking in the subsequent challenge competition. If their performance was outstanding enough, they would still have the chance to charge into the top 50 rankings. As for the order in which they would go up first, it was completely decided by drawing lots. After Xianxia returned to the elders' seats, he took out one of the many similar jade tokens and opened it. Zon Tuli. As soon as these words were spoken, among the 50 disciples below, a burly man immediately revealed a miserable expression on his face. He was complaining in his heart. Why didn't Qin Yan go up first? After being lifted helplessly, Xianxia immediately read out the next name. Similarly, another disciple who was in an extremely bad mood was selected. This kind of lottery was even more exciting than letting them know who their opponent was. When Xianxia announced the start of the match, the two people on the field pulled themselves together and focused on the battle. Soon, as the competition progressed, the first disciple to go on stage successfully defeated 3 people. His originally low mood gradually improved, and he even became a little fiery. Haha, come on, bring it on. I want to see if you can defeat me, or if I can knock you off the stage with a single punch. Next, Qin Yan. Just as the wild laughter from Zon Tuli's mouth sounded, Xianxia once again shouted out a name. Almost at the same time, the wild laughter from Zon Tuli's mouth also gradually became softer until it finally disappeared. Even the aura of his entire person had dissipated by more than half at this moment. His somewhat overbearing and mischievous face involuntarily revealed a bitter smile at this moment. This scene caused everyone in the viewing gallery below to involuntarily laugh. Even Xianxia involuntarily revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry because of this appearance of his. When Qin Yan went on stage, the gazes of Xiao Yan and the rest below the stage also gathered. Although Zon Tuli's appearance was funny, Qin Yan's strength was not to be trifled with. They had not truly seen Qin Yan's fighting strength a few days ago. Since Qin Yan had personally taken action today, they would be able to see it with their own eyes. After all, there were still 45 elite disciples from the Burning Flame Valley in front of him. It was believed that even he would have to use quite a lot of strength. Seemingly having noticed Xiao Yan's gaze, Qin Yan on the stage turned around and landed on Xiao Yan below. The eyes of the two people intersected and there were invisible sparks flickering. Immediately, Qin Yan's lips moved slightly, as though he was saying something to Xiao Yan. I will wait for you. Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. The latter withdrew his gaze upon seeing this and once again looked at Zon Tuli in front of him. He smiled and said, Please. Subsequently, another round of intense battles began again. However, the result of the battle was almost without any suspense. In just a few minutes, Zon Tuli was defeated by Qin Yan. Then, the next person and the next person. Until Qin Yan defeated more than 10 people in succession, The expressions on the faces of the audience in the arena had become dumbfounded. Everyone's heart was shrouded in shock. Compared to Xiao Yan's performance in the previous day, Qin Yan seemed to be even more overbearing today. His attacks were swift and fierce, and he did not give his opponent any chance to counterattack. After a few moves, his opponent was subdued by his strength. No one could last more than 10 minutes in his hands. This so-called guardian match had almost become Qin Yan's exhibition match. In less than half a day, the 50 people who participated in the guardian match were now left with Qin Yan and the last person. When the last person walked onto the stage, Qin Yan still had a calm appearance. He revealed a warm smile to the other party, but it scared the other party to the point that his body trembled. After hesitating for a while, just when Qin Yan was about to make a move, the person in front of him actually made a move that surprised everyone. This disciple actually decisively leaped off the competition stage. He had actually directly given up on the thought of fighting with Qin Yan. This scene caused everyone to be extremely surprised. It was only a long while later before the referee announced the result. He announced that Qin Yan was the victor and became the #1 person among the younger generation in the Burning Flame Valley's grand competition this time around. This result was not surprising. It was just that the process was a little too fast. However, since the finals had already ended, it was naturally time for the challenge match. At the start of the challenge match, Qin Yan did not directly issue an invitation to Xiao Yan. The latter also did not wish to be labeled as someone who took advantage of others' difficulties. Hence, he did not step forward to issue a challenge. Hence, the subsequent process was naturally handed over to the top 50 disciples who had failed to make it into the rankings. Due to Qin Yan, other than the few people before him, the remaining 45 disciples were unable to obtain a ranking. Hence, the challenge match in front of them became their only opportunity to obtain a ranking. This time around, almost all the disciples went all out. After a couple of attacks, they actually defeated quite a number of challengers one after another, giving the Burning Flame Valley a great boost in the limelight. Of course, with the flow of time, the opponents they faced also became stronger and stronger. Naturally, it was difficult for them to fight against them. Naturally, there were also quite a number of defeats during this period. The entire process of the challenge match even continued until evening. It was only when the sky turned dark that the results were finally revealed. It was also at this moment that Qin Yan once again stepped onto the stage. Under the expectant gazes of everyone present, he looked at Xiao Yan, who had been waiting below the stage for a long time. Burning Flame Valley, Qin Yan, challenges Mr. Xiao Yan. I am happy to accompany you. Chapter 12-13. Due to it being too late, the fight between Xiao Yan and Qin Yan was delayed until the next day. Although this did not affect the fiery hot mood of the audience, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan were clearly aware of the reason. Hence they did not object. Finally, everyone present could only return resentfully. They anticipated the decisive battle between these two favored children tomorrow. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Xiao Yan was anticipating tomorrow's fight with all his heart. At the same time, he was also anxious about the condition of the core body transformation milk. If the Valley Chief of the Burning Flame Valley still did not appear after his fight with Qin Yan ended tomorrow, it was likely that the purpose of his trip to the Burning Flame Valley would be completely for naught. Currently, to Xiao Yan, even if he was unable to see the core body transformation milk, if he was able to meet the Valley Chief of the Burning Flame Valley, there might still be room for a reversal. Otherwise, it would likely be troublesome. On the other side, Qin Yan was also patiently recovering his body's condition for tomorrow's fight. He hoped that he would be able to fight with Xiao Yan in his peak condition tomorrow. As for the others, they were naturally waiting for the arrival of tomorrow's dawn with surging emotions. This night was slow and long. The dawn that had just separated was like an alarm bell that woke the world. Everyone became lively the moment the first ray of sunlight fell. Numerous rays of light cut through the sky and gathered on the open ground early. The fiery hot atmosphere was even better than the previous day. Under everyone's anxious wait, the two main characters of today's home ground had finally arrived one after another. The two young people were like two dazzling new stars. After this fight, not only would Qin Yan's name, but Xiao Yan's name would also definitely spread throughout the extreme south. Hey, I have already seen that this Xiao Yan is not an ordinary person. How can such a person be an ordinary person since he dares to be so strong in the grand meeting of the Burning Flame Valley? I think that this time around, this Burning Flame Valley's Qin Yan has likely met a true opponent. That's strange. I have never heard of such a young person in the extreme south. Just where did this Xiaoyan suddenly appear from? Perhaps he is a disciple of a certain large clan that has not appeared. The extreme south is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are even more powerful factions. Not being famous does not mean that they do not have strength. Take that Yunin Pavilion for example. Although very few people know about it, it is said that the foundation of this Yunin Pavilion is not the least bit inferior to the three sects of the southern region. This is especially the case for the pavilion chief of the Yunin Pavilion. No one has ever seen his face. As matters stood, the audience, who were originally filled with disdain for Xiaoyan, had also changed their tune at this moment. Their faces were filled with admiration and worship, which was simply laughable in one's heart. When they mentioned the Yunin Pavilion, the expressions of the origin kings in the front row changed one after another. Clearly, they were very clear about the strength of the Yunin Pavilion. Moreover, from their expressions, not only were they clear about it, there was even quite a bit of fear. In the extreme south, there was no one who did not fear such a colossus. Even the so-called origin kings were the same. When the crowd's words reached Luo Jin's ears, the latter smiled in a non-committal manner. Immediately, he continued to chat and laugh with Bai Hua and the rest by the side. Only when Xiao Yan and Qin Yan stood in the middle of the arena did everyone's gazes gather over. Hee, Mr. Xiao Yan, we may not have known each other for long, but I've been drooling over your strength since a long time ago. Being able to fight you today can be said to have fulfilled one of my wishes. Brother Qin Yan's battle prowess is extraordinary, and you've even comprehended the laws of fire. It's truly admirable. I'm very curious as well. Since we're both cultivators of the laws of fire, just who will be stronger? Haha, we'll know in a battle. Qin Yan immediately laughed aloud when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His face was filled with pride, and he seemed rather carefree. At the same time, Xiao Yan did not back down either. He laughed aloud, and with a jolt, a tremendous presence immediately swept out from his body. It formed an invisible storm of energy that rapidly swept through the arena. Qin Yan's eyes could not help but narrow slightly when he sensed Xiao Yan's dense presence. He could sense that Xiao Yan's cultivation had clearly increased compared to 2 days ago. From the looks of it, he was about to break through to mid-returnance. Haha, thanks to the challenge from the several hundred disciples of your valley, my cultivation has increased a step further. I think I'll be able to break through to mid-returnance in the near future. As if he understood what Qin Yan was thinking, Xiao Yan chuckled. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body began to rapidly circulate. Now let us fight. With a shout, Xiao Yan stomped his foot on the ground. As the tiles beneath his feet exploded, his figure shot forward. This time, Xiao Yan had chosen to attack first. Ha, come. Qin Yan showed no fear at all when he saw this. He also charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them collided. Xiao Yan's sharp fist wind directly shot towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan clenched his right fist and Genesis Qi surged out. Roaring flames immediately adhered to his fist, and soon after, their fists heavily collided. Both of them had only taken half a step back when their fists struck out again. Their legs kicked out, colliding with each other. The intense melee was dazzling to the eyes. Their figures rapidly twisted and turned, palms to the side and fists to the right. Their figures flashed, leaving behind countless afterimages. After several hundred exchanges, the two of them were unable to determine the victor. Such an intense battle situation caused the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley below the stage to find it hard to imagine. The countless spectators on the stage were even more shocked. All of them had their mouths wide open as their eyes stared straight ahead. Their dumbstruck expressions clearly displayed the shock in their hearts. Even those Origin King experts in the front row also repeatedly exclaimed in admiration when they saw this. It was really difficult for them not to praise the two juniors for being able to display such shocking strength. Based on this battle, it was not difficult to imagine that the two of them would definitely be dragons amongst men in the future, the cream of the crop. After a few intense exchanges, the two of them were unable to determine the other party's strength. Hence, they decided to use their Do skills to fight. Compared to a pure melee, the more domineering Do skills would be able to display the most direct effect in such a battle. Xiao Yan and Qin Yan stood guard on both sides of the arena. Surging Genesis Qi gathered between their palms. Clusters of flames also began to form in the empty space around them. Only when the clusters of flames completely filled half the sky did they gradually come to a stop. High Spirit Class Do Skill. 1000 Flame Star Fall. When the cry from Qin Yan's mouth sounded, the clusters of flames suspended high in the air around him suddenly shot out. They carried a long line of fire as they ruthlessly smashed towards Xiaoyan like falling meteors. High Spirit Class Do Skill. Overflowing Desolation Finger. Chapter 12:14. When the sky-filling finger came into contact with 1000 fire star, a dazzling golden light blossomed like the radiance of the sun. Rays of light shot out in all directions from the point of contact like sharp thorns. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, causing the entire plaza to tremble at this moment. At this very moment, everyone present revealed shocked expressions. There were even quite a few disciples of the Burning Flame Valley who had turned pale from fright due to the terrifying pressure. Even some of the Origin Kings present revealed shocked expressions at the scene before their eyes. It had to be mentioned that the two of them could probably be regarded as the best among the younger generation since they were able to use such a powerful Do skill at returnance. As a matter of fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were at the apex of the younger generation. At this moment, the two people standing on the stage were clearly the peak experts of the current younger generation. This battle was also a battle at the peak of the younger generation. Proud sons of the heavens, dragons and phoenixes among men. Although they were still young, the two of them had displayed the disposition of true powerhouses on this stage. In the future, the two of them would definitely stand at the pinnacle of the entire continent. With this thought, many of the experts present began to have an additional favorable impression of the two other than the admiration in their hearts. Since they were people with outstanding talent, it was naturally best to befriend them. Having an additional friend was always better than having an additional enemy. There were even many Origin Kings who had originally planned to observe from the sidelines, who began to have thoughts of joining the Burning Flame Valley at this moment. The Burning Flame Valley was originally the strongest faction in the extreme south. Adding on a heavens-favored child like Qin Yan, the future prosperity of their faction was obvious. If they were able to join them at this moment, the strength of the clans behind these people would definitely rise in the future. As for Xiao Yan, the Burning Flame Valley's first elder had personally invited him 2 days ago. The Burning Flame Valley also held the attitude of trying to rope him in. If the Burning Flame Valley really obtained the help of these two outstanding young people, it would only be a matter of time before they dominated the extreme south. Currently, the sect competition of the Burning Flame Valley was not only a time to test all the disciples, it was also a time for outsiders to witness the strength of the Burning Flame Valley. It was a time for them to pick their own side. Whether they joined the Burning Flame Valley or not would likely affect the future of their respective factions. Although the actions of the Burning Flame Valley seemed obscure, one could not help but feel a chill run down one's spine when one thought about it. The situation had yet to be decided, but the Burning Flame Valley had already begun to rope in various factions. It seemed that they wanted to dominate the extreme south. However, was the Burning Flame Valley not afraid that the other two factions would formally join forces before they could succeed in roping these factions? It should be known that once the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect joined forces, even the Burning Flame Valley would not be a match for the combined strength of the two sections. Of course, the Burning Flame Valley's victory lay in the fact that their Valley Master was an expert at the Great Origin Realm. Moreover, he was the only known expert at the Great Origin Realm in the entire southern region. As long as he was present, the two sects might not be a match for the Burning Flame Valley even if they joined forces. It was with such a thought that the favorable impression of the Burning Flame Valley in the hearts of the experts present immediately became even greater. The feelings in their hearts gradually grew stronger, and there were even quite a few people who had decided to formally throw themselves into the arms of the Burning Flame Valley after this matter was concluded. Boom! At the same time that everyone below the stage was calculating in their hearts, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan were currently engaged in an intense battle on the stage. Burning Sky Seal. Heavenly Fire Colossus. Giant Elephant Art. Intense shouts continuously resounded on the stage. Fists and palms intersected and the Colossus merged. The entire plaza was destroyed in this intense collision. In the end, the elder of the Burning Flame Valley saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly activated the great array below the plaza. Golden light enveloped the entire plaza. Clang, 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 clang. When the two collided, energy ripples continuously erupted and heavily collided with the golden energy wall. Following a wave of energy ripples, the entire great array continuously shook. The golden light on it flickered, causing people to unconsciously feel uneasy in their hearts. The elder of the Burning Flame Valley felt a heartache when he saw this scene. From the looks of it, the formation would be destroyed once this battle ended. However, even if this was the case, the battle in the plaza still did not have any intention of ending. Pure Do techniques were already unable to satisfy the desire of the two people in the plaza to fight. When Qin Yan used the power of the Great Way to agglomerate a long flame spear, Xiao Yan also clenched his large hand. The pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared inch by inch in his hand. His arms shook and pale blue flames instantly spread out, causing the entire huge ruler to turn into a fiery blue color. Its aura filled the sky and its frighteningly high temperature was especially shocking. This is a heavenly flame, huh? When Qin Yan saw the pale blue flames that were attached to Xiao Yan's heavy Xian ruler, his eyes that were filled with scarlet-yellow flames involuntarily focused. His tone revealed some surprise. He did not expect that Xiao Yan in front of him actually possessed a heavenly flame. In this way, wouldn't the advantage of his great way of fire be completely gone? This is just as well. Let me experience the legendary most overbearing strength in the world. Qin Yan was indeed an arrogant person. He was also of the fire attribute and was also a favored one among the younger generation. Even though he was facing a heavenly flame, he was actually not afraid. His face was filled with a fanatical expression, as though he could not wait to clash with Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Ha! With a stern cry, Qin Yan's feet once again heavily stepped on the already shattered stone platform. His figure shot forward in the blink of an eye and instantly arrived in front of Xiao Yan, who was holding a huge flaming ruler. The body of the spear in his hand shook and immediately pierced toward Xiao Yan in an extremely swift and fierce manner. Seeing the swift and fierce spear coming towards him, Xiao Yan's face also revealed a fanatical expression. With a loud laugh, he waved his divine arm and the heavy Xian ruler in his hand immediately swung out. The seemingly cumbersome huge ruler appeared to be as light as an arrow in Xiao Yan's hand. The heavy ruler's body violently collided with a swift and fierce spear in the blink of an eye. Beautiful sparks instantly shot out and the clear sound of collision did not stop. The figure flipped, the long spear danced, the huge ruler swept, the spear abruptly turned and the ruler's body horizontally. The attack and defense were swift and fierce. Both parties did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Relying on extremely overbearing moves, even Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was actually unable to suppress this fellow in front of him for a short while. Ding 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 ding. The clear sound of collision continuously sounded out. The flaming long spear in Qin Yan's hand was like a swift snake. It twisted left and right and actually cleverly dodged Xiao Yan's huge ruler. If it was not for Xiao Yan withdrawing his hand in time, it was likely that a huge bloody wound would have been left on his arm. After Qin Yan succeeded in his attack, he continued to pounce forward and bite. It was as though he was unwilling to give Xiao Yan any chance. The latter was also not the least bit afraid. The wide ruler's body flipped a couple of times and completely blocked all of Qin Yan's attacks. After which, his feet gently pressed on the empty air and he leaped into the air. His body flipped and the huge ruler in his hand was raised high above his head in the blink of an eye. Soon after, he heavily hacked downwards. The sound of rushing wind immediately sounded when the heavy ruler smashed downwards. Qin Yan did not dare to be careless. The long spear in his hand hurriedly swung horizontally. When the two collided, a frightening distance immediately poured out from the huge ruler. The long spear in Qin Yan's hand instantly bent. Even his eyes revealed a shocked expression. The bent spear's shaft directly pressed against his chest. The force brought about by it caused the blood in Qin Yan's body to churn. His throat involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. When the two of them separated once again, their faces appeared somewhat pale. When they looked at each other, they also appeared somewhat miserable. However, it was precisely this kind of battle that allowed the two of them to feel even more satisfied. Phew! The two of them lifted their gazes and looked at each other as wild smiles rose from the corners of their mouths. They panted heavily as they circulated the remaining Genesis Chi in their bodies. After a fierce battle, it was time for the two of them to prepare for the final battle. Ha 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 ha! Xiao Yan, no matter who wins or loses today, I will remember this in my heart. When you and I have improved in the future, I will definitely look for you to fight again. All right, I'll be waiting. The two of them laughed heartily. After taking in a few deep breaths, Qin Yan straightened his body once again. His body jerked as the long spear in his hand danced once again. At the same time, wave after wave of blazing energy began to gather. Along with the Genesis Qi in Qin Yan's body, all of it poured into the long spear in his hand. Xiao Yan, let us decide the victor with a single strike. I'll also let you have a look at my great Dao skill, Heaven-Burning Fury. Chapter 12:15. When his arrogant laughter sounded, Qin Yan immediately held the long spear tightly with both of his hands. He pinched the long spear fiercely with both of his hands. As the long spear was swung horizontally, raging flames immediately soared into the sky from both ends of the long spear. In the blink of an eye, the fire that filled the sky enveloped the entire square. A frightening high temperature immediately spread out. At this moment, the air also became especially dry. At the same time, the atmosphere between the heavens and the earth suddenly became tense. Way of fire gather. A loud cry resounded across the sky like a thunderclap. At the same time, two flame light beams shot out from Qin Yan's eyes. A certain energy between the sky and the earth suddenly became violent. Flames that possessed an extremely high temperature appeared in the empty space, causing the space to distort and expand. Finally, it exploded with a bang. Flames surged and filled the entire sky. At this moment, Qin Yan was waving his long spear with both hands. After swaying in the air for a while, the flames in the sky followed the dance of the long spear and gathered together. In the end, it condensed into an extremely huge flaming long spear above Qin Yan's head. The roaring flames surged in the wind. The scorching heat was unbearable. In particular, the shocking presence that erupted from the spear was even more frightening. At that moment, even the Origin Kings on the spectator stands could not help but stand up. Their eyes were fixated on the scene before them in shock. The shock they felt was indescribable. They did not even dare to imagine that Qin Yan, who was only at late returnance, could use a Do skill like that. This is a skill of the ways. Qin Yan. He's actually using a skill of the ways. How is this possible? He's only at returnance. At that very moment, those who had some understanding of this great way skill were all shocked in their hearts. Even the Burning Flame Valley's disciples who did not understand the reason behind this also had expressions of fear on their faces. This brat, he's going to destroy this square. Quick, strengthen the defensive formation. We can't let this kid hurt anyone. On the tall platform, Xianhua's old face involuntarily revealed a grave expression at this moment. The emotions in his heart had also become anxious following the appearance of this attack by Qin Yan. The Burning Flame Valley deacons below did not dare to be the slightest bit slow when they heard this. They hurriedly gathered the other deacons and joined forces to reinforce the formation in the square. Below the viewing gallery, Luo Jin's group had already stood up in an anxious manner. Their brows were tightly knit as they looked at Xiao Yan, who was facing off against Qin Yan in the arena. This group of people naturally understood the so-called Great Dao skill. Even the little fairy doctor, who was unaware of this, felt extremely anxious in her heart when she sensed the frightening energy aura agglomerating above Qin Yan's head. Her pretty eyes were filled with worry as they stared at Xiao Yan within the formation. Her two hands involuntarily clenched tightly together. Of course, compared to the people below the stage, the person who was feeling the most nervous and solemn at this moment was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. He did not expect that other than grasping the Grand Dao of Fire, this Qin Yan had actually also grasped a Grand Dao skill. This could be said to be the area that he had overlooked the most. If Xiao Yan could face a Spirit Tier Do technique with a smile, then the current Xiao Yan could not even estimate the danger level of a skill of the ways of the ways. The danger level of this thing was no less than an intent Tier Do technique. It could even be said that if a skill of the ways could truly be unleashed, its strength would surpass all Do techniques. There was no Do technique that could compare to a skill of the ways. This was because there was no energy in this world that could rival the strength of the ways other than external objects. A Great Way skill was a kind of frightening Do skill that was created by using the strength of the Great Way. Without the strength of the Great Way, it would be impossible to use it. Correspondingly, being able to use a Great Way skill meant that its strength was undoubtedly great. Currently, Xiao Yan did not have the ability or method to grasp a Grand Dao technique. This was because this kind of Do technique was usually formed by some experts after they had a deeper understanding or greater control of the Grand Dao strength. Normally speaking, if one wanted to learn a Grand Dao technique, one's cultivation would have already reached the Origin King level. There were even some who had to reach the Origin Emperor level in order to be able to comprehend a Grand Dao technique that belonged to them. The formation of a great path skill was, in fact, a process of understanding the power of the great path itself. In a sense, the formation of a great path skill was inevitable. On this continent, anyone who understood the power of the great path was bound to cultivate a great path skill. The comprehension and cultivation of the power of the great path naturally had its own distinct stages. Just like Do Qi and Genesis Qi, the stages of the power of the great path were, from low to high, the great path tent, the great path robe, the great path manifestation, the great path skill, the great path transformation, and the great path Buddha. The great path tent was naturally no different from the void tent that Xiao Yan used. As for the great path robe, it was another method to use the power of the great path. It used the power of the great path to condense on the surface of the body to form a simple and effective protection. After that was the great path manifestation, which was to condense the power of the great path into any shape or form of weapon that could be used as one wished. A great path skill was another sublimation of one's control over the power of the great path. The power of the Do skill that was comprehended and used would surpass any other Do skill. The power of the great path skill would also be purer. Hence, great path skills were also known as the most frightening Do skills in the world. Of course, the first thing that needed to be emphasized in terms of power was naturally the user's own cultivation. Without sufficient strength, no matter how powerful the Do skill was, it would be impossible to use it. Compared to the previous few stages, the great path transformation was clearly even more frightening. At this stage, one would be able to rely on the powerful great path strength to create a world and take it for oneself. It was naturally not difficult to imagine how powerful it would be. Usually, those who could comprehend and develop the power of the great path to this stage had already become the people who stood at the apex of the pyramid on the entire continent. But as for the great way of the Buddha, although the legends of this level were widespread in the outside world, no one knew exactly what it was like up until now, because that level was something that no one had truly reached since the ancient times. A dazzling glow was emitted from the fire-long spear. The frightening aura caused everyone present to be shocked. At this moment, it was already extremely difficult to discern the exact situation in the arena under the glow. Only a small number of people were able to barely see the situation in the arena. Xiao Yan's figure stood in the empty air. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand had already been returned to his storage ring. The serious expression on his face did not reduce by the slightest. This battle was likely much more intense than he had imagined. If he wanted to defeat Qin Yan, it was already very difficult for an ordinary Do skill to be of any use. In this way, the only method at this moment was puff. Under Qin Yan's surprised gaze, Xiao Yan slowly extended both of his hands. A thought passed through his mind and two kinds of flames, one white and one blue, appeared in his palms. Soon after, under Qin Yan's disbelieving gaze, his two hands slowly came together. Finally, with a pa sound, the two clusters of flames in his palms were kneaded together. Chapter 12:16. This brat. What is he trying to do? Outside of the arena, Li Chengxiu's old face twitched when he clearly saw the action of Xiao Yan's hand. His face was filled with disbelief as he stared at the scene that was happening in the arena. He really did not dare to believe that Xiao Yan actually possessed two kinds of heavenly flames. Moreover, Xiao Yan had used an extremely exaggerated manner to forcefully slap the two heavenly flames together. Was this kind of action not no different from seeking death? If it were not for Xiao Yan's composure, he probably would have attacked him long ago. What is this brat trying to do? Li Chengxiu's old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, not daring to miss even a moment. His heart was filled with shock. His gaze stared intently at the dazzling flame that was repeatedly emitting sparks from Xiao Yan's hands. Although the cluster of flames appeared beautiful, everyone clearly knew that once the two kinds of heavenly flames exploded, its might would likely cause even the origin kings present to be moved. Grand Elder, what is Xiao Yan trying to do? Due to the unexpected change in the arena being too shocking, even the other elders from the Burning Flame Valley were unable to clearly see the actual situation within the arena under the dazzling light. They could only sense that there was an extremely enormous energy swiftly gathering between Xiao Yan's hands. That kind of aura might have yet to completely agglomerate, but it had already caused their hearts to feel an uneasiness. At the same time, the expressions of the other origin kings below changed. The presence was so powerful that even they felt a vague pressure. They were all experts who had made a name for themselves in the extreme south, so they obviously would not be stupid enough to ignore the situation, nor would they be careless just because their opponents were juniors. Although the cultivations of Xiao Yan and Xue Ying were still weak, everyone clearly understood that these two people could not be treated with common sense. If anyone dared to underestimate them, It was likely that even an expert origin king would suffer in their hands. Time flowed by. At this moment, a beautiful pale blue fire lotus slowly agglomerated in Xiaoyan's hand under the light of the fire. At the same time, an extremely frightening pressure finally completely descended on this square. What a terrifying presence! Is this really something a returnance brat can do? The expressions of all the experts present instantly changed when the invisible force and pressure swept over the sky above this open ground. Everyone's hearts were extremely shocked because of this. Li Chengxiu's old face had become especially solemn. It was fine if it was just these two people. However, there were quite a number of disciples from his Burning Flame Valley present. Naturally, he could not easily deal with this matter. Elders of the Burning Flame Valley, listen up. Immediately reinforce the formation. We cannot allow this battle to affect the disciples outside. All the Burning Flame Valley elders present hurriedly nodded their heads at this command. Even the deacons stepped forward one after another. Their hearts were solemn as they poured the Genesis Qi within their bodies into the formation that enveloped the entire square. Immediately, golden light flourished. The dense aura caused the hearts of the onlookers to relax a little. With the protection of the formation, everyone in the outside world finally had some confidence in their hearts. At the same time, Xiao Yan and Qin Yan in the arena also sent the enormous fire spears above their heads and the fire lotuses in their hands forward. An astonishing presence erupted in an instant. The sharp and domineering aura of the fire spear easily tore through space as circular waves of fire swept outwards. The already shattered floor began to melt at a rate visible to the naked eye under the terrifyingly high temperature. Even an ordinary Origin King expert would not dare to easily block such an attack. In contrast, the fire lotus that seemed as calm as autumn water was heading straight towards them. The light blue fire lotus slowly rotated in the void, appearing rather beautiful and harmless. However, wherever it passed, the void would silently collapse. Under the fire lotus, there was nothing but nothingness. Soon after, the fire lotus and the fire spear finally collided with a loud bang amidst the anxious hearts of the onlookers. Bzz! The world trembled as a buzzing sound unfurled. An invisible wave of energy swept outwards, causing space and the land to crumble in the blink of an eye. The defensive formation that was suffused with golden light immediately began to shake violently. The powerful flames within were no longer something that the formation could stop. The faces of the Burning Flame Valley stewards that were continuously supplying energy to the formation suddenly paled. The Genesis Qi in their bodies scattered as they involuntarily vomited a large mouthful of blood. Without the help of these deacons, the strength of the defensive formation immediately weakened. Even though there were still the Burning Flame Valley's elders attacking together, the shaking of the formation became increasingly intense. The strength that repeatedly swept out within it caused one to feel terrified. Each time the energy collided with the formation, it caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. This continued until a certain moment, when the energy within the formation completely exploded, and the frightening energy shockwaves once again ruthlessly smashed into the formation. Crack! As a clear cracking sound rang out, the pupils of everyone present abruptly shrank. The expression on Li Chengxiu's old face instantly changed drastically. Before he could do anything, a terrifying wave of flames broke through the defensive formation, blotting out the sky as it unfurled in all directions. The raging flames seemed to want to devour everything as the terrifyingly high temperature swiftly melted the nearby stone platforms. The Genesis Kings below the platforms hurriedly circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies, hastily retreating while blocking the frightening power. Oh no! Li Chengxiu's expression changed drastically. He could not help but call out to Gao Hu. However, everything was already too late. The frightening wave of flames crazily engulfed the plaza. There was already no one who could stop this energy. The faces of all the Burning Flame Valley's disciples turned deathly pale. Their hearts were filled with fear as they looked at the destructive flames that were approaching them. Their bodies were no longer under their control. They could only blankly stand where they were and wait for death. ****, you two brats, you're going to destroy my Burning Flame Valley. However, it was at this moment that a sigh suddenly rang out in the area. At almost the same time, everyone present was shocked to see that the crazily sweeping wave of flames had actually stopped in the air when this sentence rang out. Subsequently, an invisible force abruptly descended from the sky. The invisible energy transformed into two giant hands that seemed to possess the ability to defy the heavens. They actually used an extremely strange method to once again gather the scattered fire energy together. The frightening energy swiftly shrank back, and the destructive aura that enveloped everyone's heads instantly vanished. The energy also returned to Xiao Yan and Qin Yan's bodies in the blink of an eye. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to be stunned in their hearts. Their faces involuntarily revealed an expression of disbelief. However, while they were stunned, the group of elders from the Burning Flame Valley seemed to have suddenly recalled something. Everyone's eyes immediately emitted a joyous glow. The bewilderment in their hearts also instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy of having survived a calamity. Valley Master. The Valley Master has appeared. The Valley Master has acted. Valley Master, you finally returned. The elders of the Burning Flame Valley, including Li Xianxia, finally breathed a long sigh of relief in their hearts. Who could have imagined that the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley would appear at such a crucial moment, and even use a heaven-defying method to save all the Burning Flame Valley disciples present? Chapter 12:17. As the energy storm in the arena scattered, everyone's gazes looked at Xiao Yan and Qin Yan in the arena. Their pale white faces, tattered robes, and unkempt appearance caused these people to think that they were beggars if they had not seen them with their own eyes. Soon after, the gazes of everyone present shifted once again as they searched for the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, who had stopped all of this from happening. He had resolved an earth-shaking energy storm with a single move. The cultivation of an advanced origin zone expert was truly terrifying. At this moment, everyone present was eager to meet the strongest person in the southern region. Just as everyone present was sweeping their gazes in all directions, the space in front of Li Xianxia suddenly distorted. Soon after, a white-haired old man wearing a fiery red robe slowly appeared. Valley Master, you have returned. Li Xianxia hurriedly cupped his hands towards the person in front of him upon seeing this. His face was filled with respect. Behind him, the other elders of the Burning Flame Valley hurried over. They stood behind Li Xianxia and respectfully bowed. Yes, the old man replied and gently waved his hand. The group of elders behind him withdrew, leaving only Li Xianxia behind. Haha, First Elder, it seems that quite a number of new stars have appeared in the Burning Flame Valley during the days that I was not around. The old man smiled with satisfaction. He did not take the previous matter to heart. After Li Xianxia hurriedly apologized, he recounted everything that had happened in the past few days to the person in front of him. When the latter heard this, other than a smile, he would occasionally reveal a surprised expression. Even though it was only for a short period of time, it was enough to reveal the fluctuation in his heart. Yes, a heavenly flame, huh? Indeed, I have also sensed it. However, why is it in the body of this brat called Xiao Yan? The Valley Master gently nodded his head as his gaze slowly landed on Xiao Yan's body. However, what caused him to be somewhat surprised was that there seemed to be a somewhat foreign yet familiar fellow within Xiao Yan's body. Unfortunately, that feeling was too vague, causing him to be unable to identify it. There's another soul in his body. It has the cultivation of King Yuan and is a level 7 array master. Hearing the Valley Master's words, Li Xianxia hurriedly told him everything he knew. However, the Valley Master's thoughts didn't seem to be there. He only responded after a long while. At the same time, Xiao Yan's soul trembled in shock in the depths of Xiao Yan's body. He couldn't control his emotions. He had never thought that he would meet his old friend here. Ancestor, what happened? Xiao Yan's heart was immediately somewhat surprised when he sensed the fluctuation of the aura within his body. Xiao Xian had always been calm. It was difficult for anything to cause a fluctuation in his heart. However, at this moment, the appearance of the Valley Chief of the Burning Flame Valley had actually caused him to be so shocked. Regarding this point, Xiao Yan did not dare to make bold guesses. How could it be him? It was a long while later before Xiao Xian's trembling voice was once again transmitted into Xiao Yan's mind. The trace of excitement and disbelief in his voice had already fully expressed his current feelings. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly paused the moment he heard this. His gaze instantly locked onto the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley in the sky. Following which, he spoke in a somewhat doubtful manner, one word at a time. Ancestor, the person you speak of is the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, Ancestor Fentian. Ancestor Fentian. Luo Jin arrived beside Xiao Yan at basically the same time as Xiao Xian spat out these words. The words that came out of his mouth were actually the same as Xiao Xian's. Fen. Ancestor Fen Tian. Xiao Yan's eyes instantly shrunk when these words were uttered. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the old man in the sky. It was difficult to imagine that he would actually meet this person, who seemed to be a distant legend, in this kind of place. In other words, the suspicions and guesses that he had in his heart for a long time might be true. Ancestor Fan Tian was the founder of the Burning Flame Valley on the Doqi continent. He was also one of the peak experts on the Doqi continent during that era. He had an especially good relationship with one of the 8 ancient clans, the Shao clan. At that time, he and the clan leader of the Shao clan had both broken through to the Dodi class. Finally, they disappeared from the Doqi continent together. It was unexpected that they would actually meet him here. Shao Xian was the grandson of the clan leader of the Shao clan back then. When he was young, he had even been hugged by this ancestor. Now, however, ancestor, since this is the case, should we go? Don't be impatient. There are currently many people outside. It is still not the time for many things. Moreover, finding the core body transforming milk is the most important thing right now. Let's leave the other matters for later. Xiao Yan was just about to say something when he was immediately stopped by Xiao Xian. Things changed with the passage of time. People would always change. Xiao Xian's caution at this moment was also a form of protection for Xiao Yan. Luo Jin by the side frowned slightly as he stared at the old man in the sky. He was aware of the latter's identity, and the other party naturally understood him as well. Back then, Luo Jin's father had personally come to exchange for the core body transforming milk on his behalf. Ancestor Fen Tian was clearly aware of this son of his. Little fellow, it has been many years since we last met. You have already grown up. Your cultivation is also not inferior. At this moment, Ancestor Fen Tian's body slowly appeared in front of Luo Jin and Xiao Yan. He had just appeared when he looked at Luo Jin. His smile was filled with praise. There were not many people on the continent who knew about the matter of the Yunin Pavilion. However, he was one of them. Elder, it has been many years since we last met. Your body has become much stronger than before. Luo Jin smiled when he heard this. His words were filled with flattery. Heh, little fellow, you really know how to flatter. You were only a few years old when I first met you. Can you still remember my appearance back then? Ancestor Fen Tian did not give him any face. The moment these words were spoken, it caused Xiao Yan to laugh. He hurriedly bowed towards the old man in front of him, who had quite a deep relationship with him. Junior Xiao Yan greets Elder. Yes, I have heard about your matter. However, I'm afraid that my Burning Flame Valley is unable to take out the thing that you want. Ancestor Fen Tian nodded. He inhaled a deep breath of air. His somewhat hoarse voice also contained some helplessness. The production of the core body milk had sharply decreased over the years. Until this year, it was no longer possible to take out a single drop. Forget about satisfying Xiao Yan's needs. Even within his Burning Flame Valley, no one was able to obtain a single drop. The expression of Luo Jin by the side immediately changed when these words were spoken. Even Qin Yan, who had walked forward, could not help but pause his footsteps. He was already aware of Xiao Yan's matter. However, he did not expect that the two of them would not be able to achieve their goal after the battle. This was really like using a bamboo basket to draw water. However, just as Ancestor Fen Tian was feeling helpless and regretful, a glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. He said, Elder, do you know the reason behind this? Ancestor Fen Tian was a little surprised when these words were spoken. His pair of deep old eyes immediately landed on Xiao Yan's body. Luo Jin and Qin Yan by the side also faintly revealed their gazes. You know? Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner when he heard Ancestor Fen Tian's question. Although I am not completely confident, I can roughly guess what exactly happened. Chapter 12:18. After the battle between Xiao Yan and Qin Yan ended, the sect grand competition finally came to an end. Of course, the true reason why the various large factions had come to the sect grand competition was not because of these juniors. Although the battle between Xiao Yan and Qin Yan was extremely shocking and even shocked all the Origin Kings present, the truth was the truth. In the remaining time, Ancestor Burning Heaven impatiently received a few experts who were interested in joining the Burning Flame Valley. After a simple discussion, he handed the stall over to Li Chengxiu, while he himself anxiously went to find Xiao Yan. At this moment, The latter had agreed to Ancestor Burning Heaven's request and was waiting for him alone in the tea room. This time, Luo Jin did not accompany him. It was said that he had received an invitation from Xianxia, but he did not know why. Outsiders did not know the outcome of Qin Yan's battle with Xiao Yan, but he knew very well that Xiao Yan's Fire Lotus was not inferior to his Burning Heaven's fury at all. In fact, there was even a slight chance of victory in the end. However, this was not the most important thing. The most fatal thing was that from beginning to end, Xiao Yan had not used the power of the Grand Tao. In other words, besides the Fire Lotus, Xiao Yan still had other trump cards. Until now, Qin Yan did not even know what Xiao Yan's power of the Grand Tao was. He could imagine that once Xiao Yan used the power of the Grand Tao, coupled with his strange Fire Lotus, Qin Yan believed that even if he used his full strength, he would not be Xiao Yan's match. After the competition ended, Qin Yan was like a moon surrounded by stars. He returned to his residence under the escort of all the disciples, while the elders sent away the remaining experts. The little fairy doctor and the others were arranged to wait in the main hall. If Xiao Yan did not return after the competition, he would be personally received by the first elder, Li Chengxiu. Xiao Yan had already stood up to welcome Ancestor Fentian when he approached from outside the tea room. The two of them had a peaceful expression when they met. Ancestor Fentian's words were full of praise for Xiao Yan. However, both parties were aware of the other party's intentions. Hence, after exchanging a couple of courteous words, they went straight to the main topic. Xiao Yan, I won't beat around the bush with you. I can understand that you wish to obtain the geocentric body milk from me, but the most important thing right now, it's very difficult for the stalactites to condense any more milk. According to what you said before, this phenomenon should be another change in the geocentric body milk. Then, please tell me. The two of them sat opposite each other at the tea table. At this moment, the burning flame ancestor's eyes were locked onto Xiao Yan in front of him, waiting for his answer. Senior, have you heard of geocentric milk marrow? Hearing this, Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled, voicing the guess in his heart. However, a doubtful expression surfaced on the Ancestor Burning Heaven's old face when he heard these words. He seemed to have never heard of this name. Even if he searched through his memories, he was still unable to find any traces of it. After a long while, the old man in front of him finally frowned deeply and shook his head. His helpless gaze looked towards Xiao Yan in front of him. What is this? I have never heard of it. This could not be completely blamed on the Ancestor Burning Heaven. It was just that the number of times this geocentric body milk appeared on the continent was really too few. Therefore it was not recorded in most of the ancient books. Even Xiao Yan had only quietly seen it when he was flipping through the ancient books. Even the records in the ancient books at that time were extremely limited. According to what I know, if the geocentric body milk meets certain special conditions, it is possible for it to undergo a qualitative change, or to be better described as sublimation. The geocentric body milk was an even more precious natural treasure that had been formed under special conditions after the geocentric body milk had been brewed for many years. Compared to the geocentric body milk, not only did the geocentric body milk possess the same effect, but it even contained an extremely large amount of natural energy. It was a natural treasure for cultivators. It could even be described as a spirit stone that could be consumed. Its effect was even greater than a high-grade spirit stone. According to what Xiao Yan knew, the geocentric body milk had appeared no more than 3 times on the continent. Each time it appeared, it would cause a great commotion on the continent. Countless experts would swarm over after learning of the effects of the geocentric body milk. Countless experts and sects would go crazy over it. Back then, countless experts had died for the sake of the geocentric body milk. There were even quite a few experts at the level of origin kings and origin emperors. From this, it could be seen just how precious the geocentric body milk was. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the face of the burning heaven ancestor in front of him involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. In his heart, he became even more curious and fanatical about the so-called geocentric body milk. If it was really as Xiao Yan had said, that the current change in the geocentric body milk was due to the formation of the geocentric body milk, once the Burning Flame Valley obtained this geocentric body milk, would the strength of their entire sect not reach a new level? However, Elder, these are only my personal guesses. Therefore, if there is any problem. Haha, brat, you are really cautious when doing things. Relax, if that is not the case, this old man will definitely not blame you. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame our Burning Flame Valley for not having any fate with it. However, for now, Let's go to the real place and take a look. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the burning heaven ancestor immediately laughed out loud. He was naturally able to hear the meaning within Xiao Yan's words. If he were to get into trouble because of his own guesses, this kind of thing was not something that Xiao Yan was willing to do. Seeing that the burning heaven ancestor had given his guarantee, Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly. Immediately, under the former's lead, they walked towards a certain spot on the back of the mountain of the burning flame valley. When the two of them arrived at the back of the mountain, only then did Xiao Yan see that there was actually a bottomless cliff behind this mountain. All life had disappeared at this place. From the waist of the mountain, it had once again turned into bright red mountain rocks. The mountain walls were filled with strange and rugged rocks. However, it was difficult to find a place to land. The distant horizon was filled with dense fog, causing one to be unable to clearly see just what was behind it. However, one could only feel that even the fog in front of one's eyes was incomparably hot. It was no wonder that no one would attack from behind the mountain of the burning flame valley. When the two of them stepped through the air and arrived at a certain spot on the mountain wall, the burning heaven ancestor's body slowly came to a stop. Immediately, he took out a bright red rock from his storage ring in front of Xiao Yan's doubtful eyes and placed it into an inconspicuous groove on the stone wall. Immediately, the hard stone wall began to distort in front of the two of them. After it disappeared, a cave appeared in front of the two of them. The interior of this cave was where the stalactite was located. The core milk marrow was located within it. Haha, the fellows outside have always thought of going up the mountain to search for treasures. However, they do not know that the actions of the disciples in front of the mountain are merely to confuse them and cause them to search all over the sect. The true entrance to the treasure is behind the mountain. The burning heaven ancestor laughed out loud when he saw the surprised expression on Xiao Yan's face. Immediately, his feet moved and he took the lead to step into the cave. Behind him, Xiao Yan hurriedly followed after letting out a praise in his heart. Only after the two of them entered the interior of the mountain cave did the cave in the outside world once again distort and recover the appearance of a mountain wall. No flaws could be seen. Chapter 12:19. Compared to the outside world, the interior of the cave was a completely different world. There was a shallow ditch on both sides of the tunnel. Water flowed out from the inside but disappeared at the end of the ditch, entering an even deeper layer of the rock wall. According to what the burning sky ancestor had said, this ditch was naturally formed. It had already existed since he had discovered this place and had not been severed for many years. Moreover, the burning sky ancestor had treated the clear and active flowing water within this ditch as the lifeline of his burning flame valley. He firmly believed that the burning flame valley would not fall as long as the water still existed. Xiao Yan merely smiled in a non-committal manner in the face of this kind of hope. Although he could not fully believe it, it was good for a person to have some kind of hope. This was good. When one entered deep into the cave, one would be able to see that there was a luster being emitted from the rock walls all around the cave. The gorgeous and dazzling glow was not considered bright, but it lingered over the rock walls and the air within the cave. The flowing water within the cave was also endowed with a layer of treasure light because of this. The strange and unusual glow contrasted with each other between the rock walls. Gradually, numerous stalagmites appeared in front of the two of them. Some rose from the ground while some hung down from the ceiling. At first glance, it looked like an enormous skull with a mouth full of sharp teeth, appearing extremely frightening. A couple of minutes later, the two of them finally arrived at the deepest part of the mountain cave. The stalagmites in all directions formed a group. However, they seemed to have a mind of their own as they left a pathway in the middle. Some of the stalagmites were connected from top to bottom, forming a strangely shaped stalagmite. Occasionally, there would be water droplets sliding down from it. The surrounding stalagmites were the same. After all the water droplets dripped down, they would gather into a circular pool in the middle of the mountain cave. The pool water would follow the ditch and head to the outside of the cave. There was a pyramid-shaped stalagmite in the middle of the pool. The top of the stalagmite had a circular groove that was a couple of inches long. From the faint imprint on it, one could tell that this groove should have originally contained a liquid. It was not difficult to imagine that the liquid that was previously contained within it should have been the core body transformation milk. Unfortunately, it had already completely dried up after being collected for many years. Raising one's head to take a look, there was another enormous stalagmite at the top of the stalagmite. Its top faced the middle of the groove below. From the numerous cream-white water traces on it, one could tell that the core body transformation milk was agglomerated at this spot. After which it dripped down. It had gathered for many years before it formed that shallow pool. Currently, however, the stalagmite and the stalagmite had dried up. The core body transformation milk was unable to agglomerate. Little friend Xiaoyan is able to see something? Ancestor Fentian had already repeatedly investigated this mountain cave a couple of times. However, his efforts were to no avail. At this moment, there was naturally no need for him to continue looking. Instead, he threw his eyes onto Xiaoyan. Currently, they could only rely on Xiaoyan to help them find the so-called core milk marrow. He had seen the core body transformation milk in the ancient books, but he did not know where it was located. This was also the first time for Xiaoyan. Therefore, he needed to be very careful. However, even though Xiaoyan's eyesight was outstanding, he was still unable to find anything after a few rounds of investigation. The stalagmite was completely normal. Not only did it not show any signs of being damaged, there was also no liquid seeping out. Everything within the mountain cave was extremely normal. Since this was the case, where was the core body transformation milk? Could it be that it was only casually mentioned in the ancient books and was difficult to find in the world? Xiaoyan did not believe it. The stalagmite here was not affected by any external force. The environment within the cave had also been completely preserved by the burning heaven ancestor. It was impossible for any accident to occur. Logically speaking, the core body transformation milk should be here. However, why was it that the core body transformation milk that should have been here was nowhere to be seen? Impossible. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth. With a leap, he arrived at the dome. The burning heaven ancestor beside him hurriedly followed and carefully observed from the side. Soon after, Xiaoyan took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. With the help of the heavenly flame, he condensed it into a jade needle. Immediately, he pierced it into the stalagmite. If one did not want to affect a natural object like this, one could only touch it with a jade object. If it was as Xiaoyan had expected, the core body transformation milk would definitely flow out when the jade needle pierced it. If that was the case, however, the development of the situation often went against one's wishes. When Xiaoyan pulled the jade needle out of the stalagmite, it only left behind a small hole that was an inch deep. Nothing happened. The expected liquid did not appear, nor did any energy aura seep out. There was nothing within the stalagmite. The appearance of this result caused the emotions in Xiaoyan's heart to immediately become nervous. Since the stalagmite had no form, it meant that the core body transformation milk did not exist. If that was the case, wouldn't his trip to the Burning Flame Valley be in vain? Then what about Lien? Thinking about this, Xiaoyan's brows immediately furrowed tightly. Cold sweat also appeared on his temples because of his tense emotions. The burning heaven ancestor beside him also furrowed his brows. The two of them were silent as they each pondered about the reason behind this. Xiaoyan's eyes quickly turned. He kept thinking about the places where the core body transformation milk could possibly exist. Was this entire cave a stalagmite, a stone wall, or a pool under the water? Just as he thought of this, Xiaoyan immediately refuted his own answer. The core body transformation milk was condensed from the power of the world. It did not even exist in the stalagmite, let alone in the stone wall. As for the pool under the water, the depth of the entire pool was only a few inches. Moreover, the bottom of the pool was made of hard rocks. Only the top part of the pool was made of stalactites. The difference was too great, so it was even more impossible. However, since this was the case, where was the core body transformation milk? This cave was only so big. The core body transformation milk was also condensed from this stalagmite. How could the core body transformation milk not be here? Looking around this cave, other than the stalagmite that condensed the core body transformation milk, where else could the core body transformation milk contain the core body transformation milk? That thing could not possibly drip down like the core body transformation milk. Drip down! The moment this thought flashed across his heart, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly hardened. The expression on his face instantly changed. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart. Under the worried gaze of the burning heaven ancestor beside him, he suddenly lowered his head. His eyes looked directly at the enormous stalagmite below. Looking from top to bottom, circular cream-white imprints spread out like lotus flowers within the pit of the stalagmite at this very moment. Its size and the area it occupied only occupied around half of the pit. If one were to point out the most unusual part of the entire stalagmite, it would be this small cream-white area. When Xiao Yan descended, his eyes focused and carefully looked at it. He clearly discovered that there seemed to be a thin layer of cuticle on the cream-white watermark. Perhaps it was due to the accumulation of the core body transformation milk over many years that this layer was left behind. However, through this layer of cuticle, Xiao Yan once again discovered that the cream-white color under the cuticle, which appeared to be normal, was actually slowly flowing. In other words, there was another mysterious object within this stalagmite. From Xiao Yan's point of view, this object was most likely what he was looking for: core body transformation milk. At this instant, the impatience within Xiao Yan's heart was immediately suppressed by his excitement. He inhaled a deep breath of air. Beside him, the burning heaven ancestor also held his breath and focused. The gazes of the both of them gathered together within the pit. With the help of the jade needle in his hand, Xiao Yan carefully approached the layer of cuticle. After which, his actions were cautious and slow as he gently lifted it up. Sure enough, this layer of cuticle was just like duckweed that was gently floating on the surface of water. It was easily lifted up by the jade needle. At the same time, a layer of faint cream-white liquid was reflected in the eyes of the both of them. Chapter 12:20. This is the geocentric milk marrow. Although they had never seen it before, with the eyesight of these two people, they were naturally able to tell whether it was a treasure at a glance. Additionally, the objective of their trip was the geocentric milk marrow. At this moment, they naturally did not doubt that this cream-white liquid was the geocentric milk marrow without a doubt. Who would have thought that such a precious treasure like the geocentric milk marrow was not hidden within any stalactite? Instead, it was placed in front of their eyes. Other than a thin layer of cuticle, it did not have any other concealment. Who would have thought that this seemingly dried-up groove actually hid an even more precious treasure? If this was not the case, it was likely that the secret of the geocentric milk marrow would continue to be hidden after Xiao Yan had come to the Burning Flame Valley. The two of them stood in front of the stalactite. Their eyes contained some spiritual light as they stared at the cream-white viscous liquid within the groove. The liquid was under the groove. The layer of cuticle on it separated it from the geocentric body milk. Now that they thought about it, the existence of the geocentric body milk was like a cover. The true treasure was hidden under it. In this way, even if it was discovered by an outsider and the geocentric body milk was taken away, the geocentric milk marrow would still be safe and sound. This was likely the method of nature. Although they had found the geocentric milk marrow, after a simple investigation by the Burning Sky ancestor, they discovered that this geocentric milk marrow was pitifully little. There was only half a bowl of it. This amount was naturally sufficient for a person or a small group. However, it was far too lacking for a sect. Even though this was the case, the Burning Sky ancestor still generously gave 1/3 of it to Xiao Yan, who had helped him find the geocentric milk marrow. According to his words, Xiao Yan had helped him find the geocentric milk marrow. This portion was something that he deserved. However, due to the former status, Xiao Yan still took out 10 5,000-year-old thousand fan leaves from his storage ring and gave them to the Burning Sky ancestor. 10 5,000-year-old thousand fan leaves. The value of this was naturally difficult to estimate. Although it was lacking compared to the geocentric milk marrow that Xiao Yan had obtained, it still caused the Burning Sky ancestor to be shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would possess quite a number of treasures despite his young appearance. He even had the impulse to take out some geocentric milk marrow to exchange for even more thousand fan leaves. Of course, such thoughts were just thoughts. There was a limit to the amount of geocentric milk marrow. He still hoped that this geocentric milk marrow would create a couple more geniuses for his Burning Flame Valley. Naturally, he could not act because of a momentary joy in his heart. Xiao Yan's objective for this trip to the Burning Flame Valley could be considered to have been achieved after obtaining the geocentric milk marrow. With this thing, Lian Er's woeful poison body would be suppressed. In this way, with a little fairy doctor's skills, it should not be a difficult matter to help her completely control the woeful poison body. Other than this, the remaining amount was enough for him to split with Bai Hua and the rest. This could be considered quite a great opportunity. Next, he should make some preparations before heading to look for Yi Honglian. Xiao Yan smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the cream-white jade bottle in his hand. Immediately, he thanked the Burning Sky ancestor before the two of them happily prepared to walk out of the cave. However, at this moment, Xiao Xian's voice was suddenly emitted from within Xiao Yan's body. Wait a moment! Xiao Yan's body, which was turning back, suddenly paused when he heard Xianxia's voice. He was a little surprised in his heart as to why Xianxia would speak at this moment. There is still one more thing in the cave. Let's go and take a look. Xiaoyan suddenly turned around after these words were spoken. His pair of pitch-black eyes instantly looked towards the deeper parts of the cave. There was indeed a small path that led to the deeper parts of the cave behind the stalagmites. Xianxia was referring to that place. At this moment, the burning sky ancestor by the side also turned around with a curious face. His old eyes landed on Xiaoyan's body. There was some doubt in his eyes. Could it be that Xiaoyan had discovered another treasure hidden within this cave? While the burning sky ancestor was feeling curious, Xiaoyan took a step forward and swiftly headed towards the deeper parts of the cave. The burning sky ancestor hurriedly followed behind him. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the deeper parts of the cave. The deepest part of the cave was a dead end. The uneven mountain walls surrounded the area, and there were pearls embedded in the walls that emitted fluorescent light, making the area particularly bright. At this moment, before Xiaoyan, there was a set of translucent bones that leaned against the wall. Although the person had been dead for many years, he could still sense a faint pressure from it. It was enough to show that this person must have been an expert when he was alive. Basically, as soon as Xiaoyan saw the set of bones, Xiaoxian's heart was in turmoil. At the same time, Xiaoyan's heart was deeply shaken by Xiaoxian's emotions. Why would Xiaoxian, who was usually so calm and unaffected by anything, show such emotions because of a set of bones? What, you're interested in the bones? Ancestor Fentian, who had followed them over, glanced at the skeleton in front of him. His old eyes revealed a lost expression. Only then did he turn his gaze to Xiaoyan by the side and ask doubtfully. Senior, the bones belong to an old friend of mine. He's my only friend in this world. A friend, like a brother. When he mentioned the identity of the bones, a sliver of sorrow could not help but appear in the old man's weather-beaten eyes. However, he then looked at Xiaoyan and continued. Right, this friend of mine is similar to Xiaoyan in one aspect. His surname is Xiao as well. Xiaoyan's voice had just sounded when an extremely powerful aura suddenly swept out from within his body. It transformed into an invisible energy storm that swiftly spread from deep within the mountain cave. At the same time, Xiaoyan's expression changed. Ancestor Fentian by the side frowned. That unknown familiarity once again surged within his heart. The fury that should have risen had also disappeared. Instead, his face was filled with doubt as he stared at the empty space in front of him. A somewhat illusionary human figure had quietly appeared. It was Xiaoxian. When Xiaoxian appeared, Xiaoyan and Ancestor Fentian were extremely surprised to discover that Xiaoxian was kneeling in front of the skeleton. His calm eyes were completely red at this moment. The emotions within his heart were like a furious churning sea that could not be calmed. Afterwards, Xiaoxian slowly bowed his head as the two of them stared blankly. At the same time, he spoke apologetically. Your unfilial son, Xiaoxian, greets father. Chapter 12:21. Xiaoxian. Hearing the words uttered by the illusionary human figure in front of him, the expression of the burning sky ancestor was initially startled. At the same time, the memories that were deeply hidden in the depths of his mind were deeply touched at this moment. The layer of memories that did not belong to this world was once again found in his mind. Numerous familiar names, numerous silhouettes that were deeply engraved in his mind, the people and events of the past once again appeared in his mind. Looking at it now, everything seemed to have happened yesterday. Xiaoxian. Xiaochen. Xiaoxian. Xiao. You are Xiao Yao's son, Xiaoxian. A long while later, burning sky ancestor's turbid old eyes were suddenly lifted. His eyes that were filled with shock and excitement stared intently at Xiaoxian, who was kneeling in front of him. His entire body involuntarily trembled intensely at this moment. He couldn't believe that the people from the past, the people he buried deep in his memory, the people he thought he would never be able to remember in this lifetime, would actually appear in front of him again. This was simply like a dream. Junior Xiaoxian greets burning sky ancestor. It has been 1,000 years since we last met. It is Xiaoxian's fortune to see that elder's body is still healthy. Finally, Xiaoxian gradually recovered from his excited emotions. He turned around and knelt heavily to the burning sky ancestor in front of him. He did not hesitate to kowtow. All the emotions in his heart were written on his face at this moment. Xiao Yan by the side did not dare to slight him when he saw this. Since his own ancestor had knelt, he would naturally follow suit and kowtow. This time around, it caused the Burning Sky ancestor to be at a loss. He hurriedly used his hands to help the two of them up. After confirming that everything in front of him was not an illusion, the rock in his heart finally fell. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked by the identities of the two people in front of him. Are you really from? The two of us came from the Do-Chi continent. Without waiting for the Burning Sky ancestor to finish speaking, Xiao Xian clearly explained his and Xiao Yan's identities. He did not hide anything during this period of time. This was because when he saw his father's remains, he clearly understood in his heart that this good friend of his Xiao clan had not changed. In this way, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian could be considered to have gained another friend from the same hometown on this distant continent. Although they were not related by blood, this friendship caused their relationship to become incomparably strong in an instant. From today onwards, Xiao Yan would have another person he could truly rely on the origin martial continent. As their relationship progressed, both parties naturally spoke a lot more. Within this mountain cave, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian roughly explained the situation of the Do-Chi continent that they knew in the process of arriving here. Although there were fewer twists and turns, one could see the anxiety in the Burning Sky ancestor's heart from the frowning brows that he would occasionally knit. This was especially so when the latter heard that the current Burning Flame Valley had already been reduced to a second-tier faction on the continent. His turbid old eyes also contained a sadness that could not be removed. Back then, the Burning Flame Valley was able to become one of the peak factions on the continent because of him. However, after his departure, no elite Do-Di had appeared. The decline of the sect was naturally normal. If one were to talk about it, all of this was within his expectations. It was just that he had not mentioned it for many years. Only now did he feel a little helpless when he thought about it. Cuckoo! The old me really did not expect that the little fellow who was playing around in my embrace back then would actually once again appear in front of the old me after 1,000 years. It really causes one to sigh endlessly when one thinks about it. The word, fate, is something that cannot be explained by any reason. The younger generation is really lucky to be able to meet Elder once again. If it was not because Xiao Yan wanted to obtain the core milk essence this time around, it is likely that the younger generation would not dare to easily acknowledge Elder. However, Xiao Xian turned his gaze back to the skeleton at the end of his words. There was a desolate expression in his eyes. Although he had once again met the elder from back then, his father had already. Xiao Yao, the old me really did not dare to imagine that someone from the Xiao clan would actually be able to come here again after 1,000 years. Moreover, the one who came is your son. If you are able to sense his arrival, you will definitely feel gratified. Ancestor Fentian faced his old friend from the past. Some tears flowed in his ancient eyes. The older one was, the more emotional he was. He could not endure being moved by the passage of time. Now that he thought about it, his voice had become much more choked when he spoke. Xiao Yan looked at the scene in front of him and involuntarily felt a little emotional in his heart. He wondered if his children would be able to come to this continent many years later. If they were to come, where would he be at that time? What kind of appearance would he have and what kind of attitude would he have to welcome them? Everything was still unknown. It was best to leave the future matters to be decided tomorrow. Xiao Xian, have the both of you met a faction called Ghost Hall along the way? At this moment, the words of the ancestor of the burning sky pulled the absent-minded Xiao Yan and Shui Yan back to their senses. Even the expressions on their faces changed. Why? Has Elder also come into contact with them? Yes, from the looks of it, the both of you should also have some understanding of the Ghost Hall. According to my observations, this Ghost Hall is actually the Hun clan. Ancestor Fentian slowly nodded his head when he saw the expressions on Xiao Yan's and Xiao Yan's faces. The both of them had already confirmed this. However, Ancestor Fentian's following words shocked the both of them once again. Xiao Xian, do you know that your father, Xiao Yao, died at the hands of the Ghost Hall? The somewhat gloomy voice was like a bolt from the blue as it landed in the ears of the both of them. All the thoughts in their hearts suddenly froze at this moment. Even their heartbeats seemed to have stopped for an instant. What followed after was shock and fury. Never would they have imagined that Xiao Yan was not the only one who had been harmed by the Ghost Hall. Even the ancestor of the Xiao clan had been killed by the Ghost Hall. Regardless of whether it was the things that had happened in the past or the things that had happened in the current era, Everything had already clearly told Xiao Yan that the Ghost Hall had already formed a situation where they would fight to the death with their Xiao clan 1,000 years ago. From today onwards, anyone who met with the Ghost Hall would be eliminated. The two fists under the sleeves slowly clenched tightly. At the same time, the determination to kill rang out from the bottom of his heart. Soon after, Ancestor Fentian gave a general description of what had happened back then to the two people in front of him. Although things had changed with the passage of time, the old man still remembered what had happened back then clearly. When the two people in front of him heard this, they also felt a wave of astonishment. They were even unable to understand why all of this had happened. What was the root cause? Only when Xiao Yan remembered a certain item that was placed in his storage ring did the thoughts in his heart stir once again. The correct chapters of Battle of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor will continue to be updated in the hand fighting bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the hand fighting bar. If you like Battle of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor, please bookmark Battle of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 1222. Xiao Yan and Ancestor Fentian returned to the main hall of the Burning Flame Valley after exiting the cave. Luo Jin and the rest were already waiting there. First Elder Xianxia was accompanying them. Perhaps it was because of Luo Jin, but the atmosphere was not as tense. After all, they were about to face an Origin Emperor-level expert. No one would be able to have a relaxed expression in this place. Seeing Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor return, everyone understood in their hearts that the matter of the core milk marrow had already been resolved, especially when they sensed the smile that was inadvertently revealed on the corner of their mouths. In this way, the rock that was suspended above the little fairy doctor's group's head had also fallen. Even the tensed emotions within their hearts had also relaxed. Everyone sat down and naturally exchanged some pleasantries. The thing that caused everyone to feel the strangest was that the relationship between Ancestor Fentian and Xiao Yan seemed to have progressed extremely quickly. That warm and genial smile did not appear to be fake. Even Li Chengxiu, who understood Ancestor Fentian the best, could not help but feel a little surprised. Just what had Xiao Yan done to actually cause the valley chief to be so cordial with him? However, all of this was no longer important. As long as they saw that Xiao Yan had a good relationship with their Burning Flame Valley, all of this was good news for the Burning Flame Valley. Moreover, they had now obtained the core milk essence. This was even better news. After chatting for a while, Xiao Yan's group was led by First Elder Li Chengxiu to an empty courtyard within the Burning Flame Valley. Usually, only the elders of the Burning Flame Valley could stay in this place. However, it had now become the new residence of Xiao Yan's group. Following this group would temporarily stay in the Burning Flame Valley for a period of time. The sky gradually darkened. The group of people sat cross-legged around the table in the room. Xiao Yan roughly described the events that had occurred in the cave during the day to everyone. When the few people present heard this, their faces involuntarily revealed an unusual color. Xiao Yan did not reveal the matter of Xiao Yao's skeleton. Other than Luo Jin and Bai Hua, the rest of the group did not think too much about it. If something had happened to Xiao Yan during this trip, everyone would naturally be extremely concerned. However, since he had a close relationship with Ancestor Fentian, the few of them would naturally not think too much about it. It was likely that only the cautious Luo Jin and Bai Hua would have such doubts in their hearts. However, since Xiao Yan was unwilling to speak about it, they would naturally not ask any more questions. After which, everyone returned to their rooms. Xiao Yan did not sleep after returning to his room. Instead, he sat on his bed and prepared to cultivate. After his battle with Qin Yan, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that he was only a hair's breadth away from mid-returnance. Now was the perfect time for him to break through. Although he had been rather busy during the day, Xiao Yan felt joy inside when he thought about finding the geocentric milk essence. Even his mind became much more relaxed. Most importantly, he had acknowledged the Ancestor Fentian as his master. In this way, Xiao Yan truly had someone he could rely on in the extreme south. Of course, he also understood that he could not rely on external forces for everything. Only things that he truly grasped belonged to him. As a result, since he could use this opportunity to break through, Xiao Yan obviously wanted to grasp it firmly. 15 minutes later, Xiao Yan calmed down and his aura calmed down. Only then did the blaze art begin to circulate in his body. Once the flame mantra was activated, an endless amount of natural energy immediately began to churn in the manner that the group was in. Threads of natural energy continued to agglomerate and transform in the dark night sky. After which, They agglomerated into an invisible energy vortex in the air above the room that Xiao Yan was in, sucking in all the majestic and impure Genesis Qi. After being refined by Xiao Yan's body and the heavenly flame, the Genesis Qi followed the route of the flame mantra and circulated once. Finally, it was agglomerated into a crystal-clear energy water droplet that flowed into the vortex space. Qin Yan stood alone in a certain building at night. He thought back to his battle with Xiao Yan. Even now, he still felt extremely exhausted. Although his cultivation was higher than Xiao Yan's, the latter's battle prowess was still slightly greater than his. Just this point alone was something that he could not easily let go of. Hee, are you still thinking about the battle with Xiao Yan? A faint elderly voice suddenly sounded in Qin Yan's ears. When he turned his head, he saw Burning Flame Valley elder Xianxia standing to the side. A pair of bright eyes were staring at him, deep and penetrating. Teacher, Xiao Yan is stronger than I imagined. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat. Oh so. Xianxia indifferently replied upon hearing this. He did not say any words of consolation because of the former's words. That is why I will work even harder in my training. I will look for him again. There is still a battle between the two of us. This is our agreement. Qin Yan chuckled. There was some fanaticism in the depths of his eyes, as if he could not wait for that day to arrive. It was at this moment that the master and disciple duo simultaneously discovered an abnormality at a certain spot on the mountain. That is, Qin Yan's eyes narrowed as he felt some surprise in his heart. From the aura, it was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. He remembered that Xiao Yan had just said that his cultivation had increased a few days ago during their battle. He never expected that he would break through so quickly. This brat. He's probably about to make up for the tiny difference in cultivation between the two of you. Xianxia laughed mockingly when he saw this. When Qin Yan heard this, he simply treated it as Xiao Yan silently issuing a challenge to him. The next day, the little fairy doctor and the others had already woken up at noon. They waited quietly outside Xiao Yan's room. Only when the energy in the surroundings gradually subsided did everyone's gazes slowly gather on the door of Xiao Yan's room. As the door opened, a familiar figure bathed in sunlight once again. You've broken through? Yes, mid-retenance. With a faint smile, Xiao Yan walked forward. He casually drank the tea that Luo Jin had passed to him and smiled. Since that's the case, let's go. They've been waiting impatiently. Nodding his head, Luo Jin stood up from the chair and gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. He prepared to leave the courtyard. Seeing this, the others shrugged their shoulders and prepared to follow. Only the little fairy doctor arrived beside Xiao Yan. Seeing the latter's dumbfounded expression, she could not help but laugh. It's the Burning Flame Valley's first elder who came early to invite everyone to the main hall. It seems like there's something, but everyone saw that you didn't come out, so they temporarily declined. However, the first elder also said that there's no rush. We'll go when you come out. Hearing this, Xiao Yan finally understood. However, he was a little curious. Why had Li Chengxiu come to find them so early in the morning? The reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction will continue to be updated in the bar. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like the reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction, please bookmark Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction. Chapter 1223. Xiao Yan's group followed the route they had taken the day before as they headed towards the Great Hall of the Burning Flame Valley. Along the way, they encountered quite a number of Burning Flame Valley disciples. Compared to a few days ago, the gazes of the numerous disciples today were filled with fear and respect when they looked towards Xiao Yan's group. This was the privilege of the strong. To them, Xiao Yan was already an expert amongst Xiao Yan's group. With his sufficiently powerful strength, the current Xiao Yan had already won a place in the hearts of these disciples. Of course, there were also quite a number of people who were attracted by the little fairy doctor, who was as beautiful as an epiphyllum. Along the way, she attracted the envious gazes of many male disciples from the Burning Flame Valley, while also causing many female disciples to reveal angry expressions. Coupled with her fire attribute Genesis Qi, she was basically like a little pepper that was about to explode. Very quickly, the group arrived in front of the large hall from yesterday. At this moment, there were already people waiting outside the hall. They did not stop Xiao Yan's group when they saw them arrive. Clearly, they had already informed them beforehand. Before this group of people stepped into the large hall, a person walked out. Xiao Yan's expression was involuntarily startled when he raised his eyes. The person in front of him was undoubtedly Qin Yan. The two did not exchange any words when they met, but their gazes did not part for a long time. From the looks of it, they seemed to be at loggerheads with each other, and anyone who saw this would be afraid that the two would start fighting again. After the previous incident, everyone knew the consequences of a true fight between these two. With the exception of the first elder and the valley master, no one would be able to easily withstand such a situation. Only after Xiao Yan's group entered the large hall did the two guards at the entrance exchange glances with each other. They let out a long sigh of relief. Their hearts, which had tensed up because of the scene earlier, also relaxed. After the group entered the Great Hall, First Elder Li Xianxia and Ancestor Fantian were already inside. The smiles on their faces immediately grew wider when they saw the arrival of Xiao Yan's group. They looked at each other and smiled, before inviting Xiao Yan's group to take a seat. Hee. Young friend Xiao Yan is truly exceptionally talented. In just a night's time, your cultivation has already improved. This truly leaves this old man in the dust. Li Xianxia could not help but sigh in admiration when he sensed the aura on Xiao Yan's body that was clearly much denser than before. The latter hurriedly cupped his fists together upon hearing this. It was just a fluke. Haha, how can there be so many flukes in this world? Since you have broken through, it is naturally a matter of course. Young friend Xiao Yan is too modest. Only after hearing this did Xiao Yan smile embarrassedly. He did not continue to linger on this issue. Instead, he turned to look at Ancestor Fantian and inquired about the purpose of inviting them here. Yes, actually, it is not a big deal for all of you. The reason why I invited all of you here is because I hope to invite all of you to become honorary elders of my Burning Flame Valley. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of Xiao Yan's group were immediately stunned. Even Luo Jin could not help but look at Ancestor Fantian, who was seated with a face full of suspicion. He asked curiously, Senior, according to what I know, in order to become an honorary elder of the Burning Flame Valley, one's cultivation must at least be above King Yuan, but, rules are set by people. Although the cultivations of everyone present are still shallow, I am able to tell that all of you are outstanding within the younger generation. Becoming King Yuan is only a matter of time. The reason why I am doing this is because I hope to be able to recruit more talents for my Burning Flame Valley. Of course, after becoming an honorary elder, the resources of the valley can be used by all of you. You are also free to come and go as you please. It is only a title. After the laughter sounded, the group did not immediately agree to such a tempting task. Instead, they cast their gazes towards Xiao Yan and waited for his decision. At the same time, Li Xianxia and Ancestor Fantian's gazes also landed on Xiao Yan. Although no one said anything, it could be seen from the scene that Xiao Yan was the backbone of the group. Whether they agreed to become an honorary elder would depend on Xiao Yan's decision. Regarding this, Ancestor Fantian was confident. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yan nodded towards everyone. Only then did the others agree to Ancestor Fantian's invitation. Due to Zhou Tai and Mu Ling's status as members of the Alchemist Alliance, they did not choose to join the group. Next was Luo Jin. His status was already known by the two seated people. Hence, there was even less need to say. Therefore, after much consideration, the only people who chose to join the Burning Flame Valley as an honorary elder were Xiao Yan, the little fairy doctor, Bai Hua and the sky-reaching giant ape. Afterwards, under Ancestor Fantian's indication, the first elder invited the other 6 people to leave. Only Xiao Yan and Ancestor Fantian remained in the hall. Senior, I believe that there should be another reason for inviting us to become honorary elders today, right? Only after seeing the others leave did Xiao Yan return his gaze back to Ancestor Fantian and ask with a smile. Why do you say that? Otherwise, I would not have stayed behind alone and asked the first elder to invite them to leave. Xiao Yan smiled. From the moment he heard that Ancestor Fantian had invited them, he faintly felt that this matter was not ordinary. Now that he had seen it, he was even more certain of the guess in his heart. From Xiao Yan's performance in the Burning Flame Valley's great sect competition, there should be quite a number of people in the outside world who had some understanding of him. Now that he had stayed in the Burning Flame Valley and became an honorary elder, it would definitely attract quite a number of factions to join the Burning Flame Valley and strengthen its own strength. This was the Ancestor Fantian's plan. Putting aside his relationship with the old fellow, It was likely that he would still act in such a manner even if he was a complete stranger. Ugh, you little brat. You are quite experienced, the old man softly praised in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Soon after he nodded his head and said, "Last night, I received news that ghosts were discovered in the territories of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Gate. If my guess is not wrong, they should be people from the Ghost Hall." Ghost Hall, huh? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. A fierce glint flashed across his eyes as he softly muttered. "According to what I know, people from the Ghost Hall have frequently come into contact with the Heavenly Puppet Sect in recent years. They are attempting to borrow the hands of the Heavenly Puppet Sect to control the entire extreme south. They want to swallow my burning flame valley." "I'm afraid that's not all." Just as Ancestor Fention's voice sounded, Xiao Yan gently shook his head and quickly spoke. The expression on the former's face immediately turned serious when he heard this. His gaze immediately landed on Xiao Yan. "When I was at the southwest border, I met people from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. They have joined forces with the southwest border's factions to expand and swallow without restraint. Currently, a large area of the southwest border is under their control." Ancestor Fention's eyebrows immediately twitched when these words were spoken. His old face revealed a surprised expression. Having lived in the extreme south for a long time, there were many things in the southern region that he did not understand. However, he did not expect that such a thing would actually happen. From the looks of it, the other party's momentum was much faster than he had imagined. Chapter 12:24. Not only that, the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect had been in secret contact recently. From what Ancestor Fention could see, the two sects were showing signs of joining forces. This was also bad news for the Burning Flame Valley. With the two sects joining forces and the Ghost Hall interfering, the situation in the extreme south would be extremely disadvantageous to the Burning Flame Valley. Once the two sides started fighting, it was even possible that the Burning Flame Valley would be destroyed. Currently, nothing could be seen. However, the situation was already approaching them. Ancestor Fention could already sense that the Burning Flame Valley would face a calamity sooner or later. Currently, the only thing they could do was to try their best to rope in the other factions in the outside world. Ancestor Fention was already old and it was extremely difficult for him to raise his cultivation. Although he had just obtained the geocentric milk marrow, he was not willing to waste it on himself. The water in the cave had yet to run out and the future of the Burning Flame Valley was unknown. He still hoped to leave those resources for the future generations. After they finished talking about the two great sects, Xiao Yan and Ancestor Fention sighed in their hearts. However, immediately after, Xiao Yan once again placed his gaze on the latter. "May I ask, Senior, if you know where there is a heavenly flame in the extreme south?" As the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley and the strongest person in the extreme south, Xiao Yan had reason to believe that he was familiar with this place. Perhaps, Ancestor Fention would tell him where Yi Honglian was. Heavenly flame? You want to find a heavenly flame? Ancestor Fention could not help but be a little surprised when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He naturally knew that Xiao Yan possessed heavenly flame, and there seemed to be more than one type. However, even if that was the case, the question that Xiao Yan raised at this moment still caused him to be extremely surprised. Seeing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head and said solemnly, "Because the chi method that this junior cultivates is a little special and requires heavenly flame to help raise my cultivation, I thought of asking Senior if you know where there is news of heavenly flame in the extreme south?" Only when he heard that did Ancestor Scorching Heaven come to a realization and nod his head. His eyes paused on Xiao Yan as if he was thinking about something. However, a long while later, he shook his head helplessly. "I'm not sure if heavenly flames really exist in the extreme south. Although I've been here for a long time, I've never sensed any trace of heavenly flames." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yan immediately frowned tightly. He felt a wave of trouble in his heart. If it was like this, then it would be difficult to find traces of the heavenly flame in this vast land of the extreme south. Even the person beside him didn't notice it. What could he do? Hiss. Perhaps there is a place where deviant flames exist. However, at this moment, the eyes of the burning sky ancestor, who was frowning and pondering, lit up as if he had thought of something. In an instant, Xiao Yan's slightly dim eyes lit up. A pair of pitch-black eyes immediately looked at the old man. His face was filled with an expression of surprise. The emotions in his heart were also affected at this moment. "I'm not certain. However, according to what I know, there is a fiery red mountain forest to the south of the extreme south. It's called the Fire Maple Forest. That's the land of death in the extreme south. No one has ever ventured deep into it, and no one has ever come out alive. Therefore, no one knows anything about that place. Perhaps, the heavenly flame you're looking for is there. Fire Maple Forest, huh? After secretly remembering the name, Xiaoyan clasped his hands towards the old man to express his gratitude. However, Ancestor Scorching Heaven immediately spoke again. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. If you insist on going, I won't stop you. However, there's something that I have to tell you beforehand. If you want to go to the Fire Maple Forest from here, you have to pass through the territories of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect in the fastest time possible. If you're willing to choose a safer method, you will need to extend the time by almost 2 months. You have to be mentally prepared for this. Hearing this, Xiaoyan heavily nodded his head. He understood the meaning behind Ancestor Scorching Heaven's words. Although the Fire Maple Forest might not be the place where the heavenly flame was hidden, it was currently the most likely place that Xiaoyan could obtain information about. Therefore, he had to go to the Fire Maple Forest. As for which route he chose, there was no need to rush for this for the time being. After obtaining information about the heavenly flame, the following time did not appear to be very tight. The group did not leave as early as they had expected. Instead, they temporarily stayed in the Burning Flame Valley. Xiaoyan had also requested the first elder, Xianxia, to help him gather some of the medicinal ingredients he needed. Only at this moment did he know that other than controlling a heavenly flame and possessing a powerful cultivation, Xiaoyan was actually an alchemist as well. Although he was shocked in his heart, Xianxia's speed in getting things done was also shocking. After asking for a favor in the morning, he had already called for people to send over the medicinal ingredients that Xiaoyan needed in the afternoon. With the former's familiarity with medicinal ingredients, he naturally knew that Xiaoyan was planning to refine a rank 5 medicinal pill. This increased the shock he felt towards Xiaoyan in his heart. After obtaining the medicinal ingredients, it was naturally time to prepare to refine the medicinal pill. This time around, Xiaoyan wanted to refine 2 types of medicinal pills. One was to borrow the broken mirror flower that he had obtained earlier to refine the broken mirror pill for Luojin and the others. The other was a rank 5 bone recovery pill. The bone recovery pill had the ability to regenerate flesh from bones. It was a medicinal pill used to refine a body. The purpose of refining this medicinal pill was naturally to restore Xiao Xian's physical body. Although there was no suitable body to be used as a medium, with Xiaoyan's methods, he could use the heavenly flame to form a new body. The bone recovery pill was used to restore the vitality of the bloodline. In this way, it could also restore Xiao Xian's physical body. Xiao Xian had been an empty soul for 1,000 years. Now, it was time for him to recover. When he thought of this, even with Xiao Xian's mental state, he could not help but feel a little touched. He was extremely grateful towards this descendant of his. Little fellow, thank you. The seemingly ordinary sentence was filled with endless affection. Who would have thought that a person who had died 1,000 years ago would be able to see the light of day again? If not for the ancestors' help back then, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be who I am now, and the Xiao clan wouldn't have been able to rise from desolation. Speaking of which, all of this should have been the ancestors. It's just that it came too late. Yes, it was too late. Looking back at the past, he was young and spirited, heroic and heroic. What a proud son of the heavens. If not for the Hun clan, Xiao Xian would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Saying that it was too late could be said to describe the sorrow of the past 1,000 years. Fortunately, the younger generation had glory, and the heavens had eyes. Chapter 1225. In the Burning Flame Valley, Xiaoyan was seated on a stone platform in the middle of a plaza. In front of him was a huge green-gold medicinal cauldron. At this moment, a fierce flame was burning in the medicinal cauldron. The fierce flame was like a ferocious beast roaring in the medicinal cauldron. If it was not for the seal of the medicinal cauldron, one would think that it would run out and cause trouble. After receiving the first elder's invitation, Xiaoyan began to refine medicine in front of everyone in the Burning Flame Valley. Due to there being quite a number of alchemist disciples in the valley, he could be considered to have taught them a good lesson. Of course, even if they were not disciples of alchemists, they would more or less gain some inspiration after seeing Xiaoyan refine medicine today. This kind of observation was extremely beneficial to these disciples. It was a long while later when the temperature within the medicinal cauldron reached a level that Xiaoyan was satisfied with. Only then did he flick his finger. The storage ring on his finger immediately flickered. Soon after, numerous rays of light shot out and floated in midair under the cover of his spiritual strength. When the light disappeared, it transformed into numerous precious medicinal ingredients. The enormous number of medicinal ingredients filled the sky above the open ground, appearing like a dense dark cloud that covered the entire place, causing one to be stunned when one looked at it. This time, Xiaoyan planned to refine 10 mirror-breaking pills in one go. After taking out the medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan immediately slapped his palm on the medicinal cauldron. Following a powerful collision sound, the lid of the medicinal cauldron immediately opened. Before the flame within could soar into the sky, the medicinal ingredients were thrown into the medicinal cauldron under the control of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Immediately, the refining process began. Relatively speaking, the breaking mirror pill was one of the Tier 5 medicinal pills that was easier to refine. The refining process was not difficult. However, due to the quantity involved, it was definitely a great exhaustion on Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. The attribute of the medicinal ingredients needed for the breaking mirror pill was mostly cool. Hence, the speed at which Xiaoyan refined the medicinal ingredients was naturally a little faster. If an ordinary alchemist needed 8 hours to refine these medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan would only need less than half of that time. Even if he refined 10 medicinal ingredients for the breaking mirror pill at the same time this time around, he would only need an additional hour. Of course, the main reason for this was naturally the heavenly flame. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame, the little toughness that these medicinal ingredients possessed was completely obliterated. Just from this point alone, one could tell how frightening the heavenly flame was. Once all the herbs had been refined, it was time to fuse the essences of the herbs together. The entire process was long and slow, and at the same time, it tested the alchemist's soul strength. Especially when fusing 10 breaking mirror pills at the same time, the consumption of soul strength was absolutely terrifying. At this stage, even with Xiaoyan's self-confidence, his heart couldn't help but be somewhat agitated. During the process of fusing 10 breaking mirror pills, anything could happen. The situation of fusing the medicinal properties of each medicinal pill was different. Therefore, Xiaoyan had to be able to do 10 things at once. The difficulty of this was self-evident. Time flashed by. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. Within the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan, the 10 sticky medicinal paste balls had already been separated into a region. All the medicinal pills were gradually fusing and taking shape under Xiaoyan's meticulous refinement. Once the embryonic pill was formed, the rest would be the time to nurture the pill. Success was imminent, and everything seemed especially calm. However, at this moment, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from Xiaoyan's forehead. The black robe on his body had already been wet countless times, and his originally rosy face appeared somewhat pale at this moment. He clenched his teeth, held his breath, and stared intently at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Boundless soul strength wrapped around the entire medicinal cauldron, and an invisible storm swept out in all directions with Xiaoyan at the center. The entire square had already been cordoned off by the first elder, Li Chengxiu. Any disciple who stepped within 100 feet of the square would be alerted. Everyone was worried about Xiaoyan's current situation, but no one dared to step forward and disturb him. At this time, even the area where Xiaoyan was at had been sealed off by the burning heaven ancestor. There was no wind blowing, no grass moving, and no external disturbances. The embryonic pills within Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron were completed one by one. Chi! Just as Xiaoyan watched the 10 embryonic pills take shape one by one of the pills instantly turned into ashes due to the trembling of Xiaoyan's breath. In an instant, Xiaoyan's eyes widened, and his entire aura came to a standstill. Only when the rest of the pills in the medicinal cauldron were completed and formed into embryonic pills did he carefully and nervously exhale. Once the embryonic pills were formed, he finally had a chance to take a breather. The heavenly flame slowly merged all the medicinal energy within the embryonic pills, and Xiaoyan took this opportunity to rest. After a few minutes, it would be the time for the final pill to be formed. Pill formation. The process of pill formation could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. Using the remaining spirit power, one had to grasp the temperature that the pill needed to withstand at every moment. The slightest deviation would affect the quality of the entire pill. The most unbearable thing was that it required an even longer time. Every time this happened, an alchemist would not have much spirit power left, but they would have to be even more careful to ensure the stability of the pill formation process. This was an even greater test of one's willpower and spirit power. At this time, Xiaoyan would already find it difficult to form pills, let alone refine 9 pills at the same time. There was no fixed time during the pill formation process. When Xiaoyan felt that the pill formation was complete, the spirit power in his body was almost exhausted, and even the majority of his Genesis Qi had been consumed. His entire spirit was numb, his face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless and red. His mouth was dry, and even opening his mouth seemed to take some effort. It was as if his entire body no longer belonged to him. But it was at this moment, rumble, a familiar sound finally rang out. This was the moment that Xiaoyan had been waiting for. The lightning appeared, and the pill was formed. However, the pill lightning this time around was very different from the past. The rolling furious thunder sounded 10 times in a row. The frightening pressure that covered the sky had also become extremely shocking. At the same time, a couple of experts from the Burning Flame Valley arrived above Xiaoyan's head. They were prepared to help him receive the pill lightning. "Xiaoyan, you should rest first. Leave these pill lightning to us." Laughter rang out as First Elder Li Chengxiu raised his head. He gazed at the lightning in the sky as the Genesis Qi in his body slowly circulated. In the next instant, pill lightning descended from the dark clouds, and Li Chengxiu's figure moved. But it was also at this moment that, swish, the sound of rushing air suddenly rang out beside Li Chengxiu's ear. Before he could do anything, it collided with the dragon-like lightning in the sky.